Tales for Dark Nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
The town my wife Violet was raised in is almost unremarkable. You won't find it on any best of lists or see it signified on any map or atlas. She said she was happy as heaven to get out of there when we met. I saw little signs that things may have been different there than where I was raised. One of the most notable times was our first 4th of July together. We got invited to a co-worker of mine's house for food, fireworks, and the like. It was my first unofficial company function as a married man, and I was excited to show off my new bride. I imagined her eyes sparkling under the fireworks for most of the evening. It went well until the sunset. The children were all confined to a large screened-in porch while the adults lit a bonfire and began bringing out armfuls of fireworks. Violet and I were canoodling and drinking like usual, but the second she smelled smoke, her shoulders went rigid. The smile on her face melted away like a burning photograph as she rose from her chair. Once she turned and saw the fire, she screamed. The pupils of her eyes swam around frantically through blankets of tears as she surveyed the area. "Jesus, honey," I exclaimed. "Are you all right?" Her tears were too much to contain, and it broke my heart to see them jump off of her lower eyelids, invading her beautiful cheeks. The look of fear from moments before was replaced with one of deep embarrassment. She stammered out an apology before excusing herself to the bathroom. My friend Daniel rushed over to me the moment she was inside of the house, his gaze full of question and concern. "Yo, Derek, he stammered. "What the fuck was that? Like, is she okay? My neighbors could have called the cops, man." "Honestly, I have no idea what that all meant. I'm just as surprised as you are," I replied. "Oh, okay. Right on," he commented. "Is it like a Tourette's thing? How much do you really know about this girl?" I almost got angry. Almost. But if I were honest, if it were his girlfriend or wife, I'd have had questions too. So instead of getting an attitude, I just shook my head and grabbed a firework bundle. Violet joined me soon after. Relief flooded me as I wrapped my arm around her and felt her melt into the embrace. "Are you okay, Letty?" I asked, genuinely concerned. "Do you want to get out of here?" She tilted her head up towards me and smiled. "No, I'm so sorry. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. Let's stay, please." The party finished without incident, but I noticed my future wife stayed as far away from the fire as possible for the rest of the night. We didn't talk about it on the way home. I didn't press her for information on it that night or for many, many nights after. God, how I wanted to, though. Anyway, as I said, the town. Suffice it to say, there were more reactions after that one, more puzzles I didn't have the pieces to. If you noticed, at the start of this thing, I made sure to say, almost unremarkable. There is one very distinct difference. However, nothing in heaven or hell could prepare me for what it was. Whatever mysteries my wife kept were on their way to being revealed after the phone call we received on that random Sunday night. My wife didn't recognize the number, so she handed it over for me to answer. It was a fun little game we played. "Hello there," I yelled. "Thank you for calling Lester's Morgue. You stab 'em, we slab 'em. How may I help you today?" I waved my hand to hush my heartily giggling wife to hear what the caller had to say in response. This was usually the funniest part. The man at the other end of the line cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, friend. I must have the wrong number. I was looking for a Violet Parth. The poor girl's father is dying, and I misdialed and got a morgue." "What a tragic coincidence," he trailed off. Oh, fuck, I thought. I felt the wind spew out from under my sails like a hypodermic needle into a tit full of air. Violet rushed over and wrenched the phone out of my hand before running into our bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Now, I know I shouldn't have. When most of you hear this, You'll clutch your hands to your hearts and say, "Oh, you couldn't." But I did. I pressed my ear right up against the door and listened like an 8-year-old child listening for their punishment. You know how you used to get grounded as a kid, but they couldn't talk about it in what way in front of you in case they disagreed. So they'd deliberate in private before giving the verdict. You know what I mean. What I heard didn't make sense at the time, but it sure as hell does now. Caller. How are you, Violet? We've missed you since you left us. Violet. I'm okay, Father Madrigan. You said you were calling about my dad? Father Madrigan. That's right, dear. I'm afraid you have to come home. Violet. No, Father, I can't. Father Madrigan. I understand how you feel, but you have a duty. You missed your mother's funeral. Do you want to miss another? Violet. It has to be you. Violet. I understand. Father Madrigan. I've set the travel details. All you need to do is show your ID at the airport and get on the plane. Your father's car will be there to pick you up. Then the line disconnected. You don't have to come with me, she mumbled, pre-flinching from the reaction she knew she would receive. My loving wife took a trip in college with some girlfriends. They ended up being gone for way longer than they said they'd be. And what was worse was, half the girls I contacted that she said would be there claimed to know nothing about it. I will never know what happened during that week. Nevertheless, she knew I was uncomfortable with her traveling without me. Call it a type of PTSD, if you will. And no, I'm not entirely sure it was an affair. But something happened. Something bad. She saved me, and herself, from the argument and threw up both hands in concession. And before I knew it, we were packed up and on a plane. A black car was there to pick us up, just as promised. I couldn't help but feel out of my element riding to a place I didn't know. It would have made me feel much more comfortable to have my vehicle, but the suddenness of things left me without the necessary funds to rent a car. I selfishly hoped he had some sort of life insurance plan in place to help absorb the cost of the flight. We hardly had time to settle into her father's dusty spare bedroom when a nurse began yelling for my wife, saying the time was near. I'd never had the misfortune of seeing someone who was dying before. Walking into that bedroom, seeing his frail form hooked up to machines and gadgets, was the only time in my life that I wished to die young. He looked like he had been wrapped in a skin bag and then had all of the air sucked out of it. A sheath of white-blanketed bright blue veins seemed to hug even the sinew of his flesh. His breathing grew hollow, and the length of time between drew much longer. His limbs twitched spasmodically as I prayed it was almost over. "Help me," Violet ordered, rushing to his frail side. "Hold his wrists. He needs to feel that he's not alone." Her words trembled with the threat of oncoming tears as I grasped his twitching, gnarled hand. "No," she barked. "He needs to have his palms up and unobstructed. Hold his wrist." There was a venom of emphasis in her last word, one I had never had the displeasure of hearing before. Her threatened resolve finally crumbled as he passed from this world into the next. She collapsed into me with heartbroken sobs. The funeral wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I at least had that solace. There hadn't been a proper time to interrogate my wife on what exactly happened when we said our final goodbyes. It didn't seem pertinent to anyone else. I passed it off to a symbiotic rite of religion I was unaware of. People paid their respects, came back to Violet's father's house for food, and then went on their way. I held her as we attempted to sleep that night. There were so many tears, so many. He was the last living member of her bloodline, and even though we had forged our path for a family, I knew a part of her felt alone. The silence of the atmosphere was almost palpable, like we had been enshrouded in a soundproof blanket, except the air had taken on a chill that hadn't been there before, an unspoken symptom of new grief, I gathered. My wife suddenly seemed so small, so defeated in the face of the tragedy. I wanted to reach out and hold her, but I thought better of it. As hard as it is to explain, I couldn't feel her. I couldn't tell you if it's telepathic or just mental muscle memory, but I could usually feel how my wife felt. If something was bothering her, or she was angry or sad, I could feel it on my skin, like how Sand clings to you after you've been to the beach. I looked over at her, and nothing. Her spirit revealed neither light nor shadow. I know people become docile almost when they've been together for as long as we had, but this was wildly different. She darted out from behind me without a signal or warning, running past me without a glance. I took off after her, following as closely as possible without tripping myself up. My left knee throbbed from the exertion, and I could feel the arthritis that had begun to take hold in my ankles. Bursts of sound came from the direction we were running towards, like little horrified birds. The sounds had made their crescendo into fully formed words by the time I had caught up to my wife. At least a dozen or more of the townspeople gathered in the middle of a local playground. The back of our bodies were bathed in flashes of blue and red as police followed us on the scene. Voices of alarm climbed over each other as officers processed the situation at hand. A red-haired woman sobbed on her knees, resting on the jagged cedar chips that lined the evening floor. A much more substantial crowd had gathered by then, and before long, everyone but the street residents was ushered away to cut down on the drama and chaos. From what we had gathered, an 8-year-old named Brandon Miller had gone missing while playing. The red-haired woman, the boy's mother, said she stepped away to help a little girl off the monkey bars, looked back, and her son was gone. The sun was swiftly setting, and by the time the moon had taken over, they still hadn't found the boy. The search disbanded, promising to be back to resume the process just before the first light. Something that I think to this day was a fatal mistake. However, it wasn't my call. They did accomplish locking the town down, no one in or out, something that would be near impossible in a more industrial, booming, I dare say, normal town. While that was good for Brandon's parents, it meant we were forced to reschedule our flight home, and with such little information to go on, we weren't even sure we would be able to make the next one. Not that Violet seemed to mind. As much as she denied being thankful to be stuck here, she still mumbled her half-hearted apologies for my inconvenience through smiling lips. Her eyes glistened with pleasure as she assured me we would be back home soon. "Give it a chance," she said. "This'll feel like home before you know it." So after spending our fourth unplanned night in her father's house, and with not much else to do, we joined the townsfolk at the first hints of dawn. The sun had just begun to stand above the trees when roars of barking rang out. The crowd rushed the area in waves, rendering any order previously held useless. This time, officers had the wherewithal to bring their dogs to help in the search. Faint screams resonated through the woods as one of the officers ran through the crowd. He was utterly breathless, with an almost green complexion. He covered his mouth with a trembling hand as he sputtered information to the boy's parents about what they had found. Mr. Miller, the father, fell to his knees in anguish. "Bastards!" he wailed. "They took my son's hands! They took my boy's hands before they slaughtered him!" More mortified wails came from the depths beyond the trees. One thing I couldn't wrap my head around was why nothing was being done. I mean, sure, they had to examine him, but no one made any efforts to stay with the body after it was discovered. My worries were somewhat put at ease when I heard a deputy call for backup. However, when asked about notifying the coroner, the officer deemed it unnecessary. "Too late for that now," I heard him say solemnly. The crowd had fled to a nearby hill as if the higher ground would keep them safe. Or maybe it was to get a better vantage point. Hell, I don't know. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded to no one in particular. "Letty, let's get out of here. There's nothing we can do about this now. The family needs privacy to grieve." My wife muttered the same words that the officer had mere moments before. "It's too late for that now." Her eyes grew as large as piss-holes in the snow. The sounds of horror had died away, leaving the unsettling music of breaking branches and stomped grass in its wake. I dropped to my knees in shock when I saw the small boy stumble his way through the woods. It's culturally believed that the undead make grunt and groan noises, but that's not what happened here. See, Brandon's lungs contained no breath, so none escaped his battered lips. He stumbled wildly around the clearing. As horrific as it was to see, he reminded me of an infant Bambi on ice. Except, dead. The boy's tongue writhed in and out of his mouth like a snake sniffing out food. His hands remained in rotting, gnarled stumps between the twine bindings. His once lifelike tone is now replaced with shades of gray. By all accounts, this boy had been, and still was, dead. We'd all seen for ourselves moments before. His brain had ceased to function, and he was driven only by the need for hunger. I looked back over to the Millers, and my gut wrenched to notice that Mrs. Miller was no longer there. Damn it, I chastised myself. I only took my eyes off of her for one goddamn minute. A hunch began haunting my heart, and bile rose in my throat as I recognized the flash of yellow racing across the nearly empty field. The woman flew through the grass, arms outstretched for her only child. In desperation, my eyes darted to her husband, who hadn't moved an inch. His face grew pale as his bleary eyes darted from his wife to their son. He knew something wasn't right here. His body turned away from the direction of his family as his eyes met my own. His shoulders shrugged helplessly in question of what to do. I shook my head forebodingly in warning, hoping to God it was enough. He held my stare for a brief moment, just long enough for us to hear his wife begin to scream. Arterial spray glossed his tiny teeth crimson like candy coating on an apple. He had buried his head in his mother's chest and ripped a chunk of flesh away upon departure. Blood spilled through her fingers as if flour through a sifter as she continued to scream, clutching her chest in an agonizing panic. Mrs. Miller had plenty of breath left, and she was using every bit of it. The sound caused physical pain to my senses. Instead of joining his family, I found Mr. Miller running in the opposite direction. My mouth hung open incredulously at his cowardice. It was no surprise he picked up on it. "Look at that kid," he breathed. "He's got brown eyes. Ellie and my eyes are blue. I've sacrificed enough for a kid and wife that were never really mine." His words died out under the sound of gunfire. To no avail. Police officers and paramedics approached the field slowly, knowing in their hearts what the end result would be. I mean, sure, a few of them fled, but the good ones, the true heroes, honored their promise to serve and protect. Despite the heartbreak of the situation, I for one had seen enough. This wasn't my problem or my family's, and this wasn't my town. I grabbed my wife's hand firmly, only she didn't budge. Come hell or high water, lockdown or no lockdown, we were getting the fuck out of there. "I'm sorry," she wailed. I can't abandon them, Derek." Her eyes were glazed over with a shimmer of thick resolve, and I knew I had lost her. Memories of the first time we met, kissed, made love, and married all flashed through my mind and heart at once. The pain was almost palpable, as if I could reach out and twist its inside like it was twisting mine. A better man would have turned tail and gone down with the ship next to his lady, but I wasn't ready to die yet, and that's precisely what was going to happen to the lobotomized citizens of this hellhole that stayed. The selfishness in my heart allowed me to steal one last glance at my Letty before coldly turning away. She certainly hadn't allowed me the same courtesy. In fact, all I saw was the tattered shirt on her back as she ran away. She seemed to be running so fast, running right to her gruesome death. The beauty of all the things I had come to admire about the town seemed to curl away as if burned and charred around the edges. My feet increased speed as I raced for my vehicle. The shining blue of the paint reinvigorated me, allowing me the last swift steps to my freedom. My hand paused upon reaching the door handle. My body became momentarily incapacitated as I struggled to accept exactly what that freedom meant. It meant forging onward with life without the girl that I've loved for so long. It meant looking into faces for the rest of my life and picturing the rotting animation of Brandon Miller's face. It meant always looking twice at souls laid to rest at open-casketed funerals. I let my mind free itself, throwing the car door open and plopping gratefully into the front seat. I hadn't realized I'd been crying until I felt the tears freeze in my cheeks. Flecks of snow fell from my boot like flour through a sieve, glazing the gas and brake pedals beneath me. That was another thing I hated about this literal godforsaken town, the damn snow. Southern traffic can be way more aggressive, but it's not much compared to the slipperiness of the roads up here. The war between my brain and feet began as I tried to fight the urge to speed out of there. My spine shuddered with unease as I came upon a surprising sight, even after all that I had seen. About a quarter mile up ahead, an old, abandoned wheelchair sat collecting snowflakes just on the edge of the highway. I had initially thought it was growing in size because I was on the approach. I didn't figure out it was moving until it was too late. It was rolling right into the highway. My brain lost the war, and I found myself slamming on my brakes and swerving before my better judgment kicked in. The back of my SUV began to fishtail, and before I knew it, the vehicle was airborne. I can't tell you how I came to a stop or how long I was out. I woke up just long enough to realize I'd been crushed between my steering column and passenger seat. A sizable shard of glass jutted out from the side of my neck, and I could feel myself fading fast. It seemed cruel for the Lord to bring me to consciousness just for me to greet death with open eyes. I should have just hit the damn chair. One last thing flashed through my mind before a sense of peace took over. My hands were broken into fists, unable to free themselves from the wreckage around me. I couldn't help but notice that my hands were forced into a face-down position. The mile marker for the next town over was still miles away. I didn't wish to die young anymore. My eyelids fluttered as a rush robbed my breath of blood. Her words floated through my dying mind like an epitaph. "This'll feel like home before you know it. I'll see you soon, Letty."
I couldn't sleep. I didn't want to sleep. Sleep has eluded me for several days at this point, but to sleep is to give up and let guilt destroy me. That's what I call it anyway, guilt. It was as plausible an explanation as any to describe the feeling in the pit of my stomach, this schizophrenic nightmare that eats at me day in and day out. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I should use this last bit of sanity I have left and write what I know before I get dropped back in with the chance of losing grip on reality. Because at some point, I'll beat myself at my own game and that'll be the end of me. I've been staring at this white wall for 7 hours now, awake for the moment. I know this because I've been keeping track. I see each second pass by me, the wristwatch's second hand slowly ticking. Time is both a blessing and a curse. Everyone dreams, right? At least that's what I assume. You dream about all sorts of things. Good. Bad. Otherwise. This seems to be common with other people. I can't be the only one. But they're always just that. A dream. A brief fantasy of the unconscious mind. It shouldn't be able to harm you. Only now and then does the concept of dreaming ever manage to seep into what we typically think of as a shared reality in our conscious state. Drug-induced hallucinations seem to be a common shared one amongst people, as do concepts such as sensory deprivation tanks and the like, seeking to allow the mind to run wild and create its own visual worlds. Time? I'm looking down at my watch again. Another minute ticking past. Time is that which escapes my grip every time I fall asleep. But I'm getting ahead of myself. And one common trait of dreamers may be better known by the general public, but seems to affect only those who don't sleep lightly, much like myself. That's sleep paralysis. And the monstrous figures who hover between the depths of your mind and your bedroom walls. It's commonly understood amongst the general populace, and only some understand the sheer terror that strikes you when your eyes are closed. Yeah, your mind is on, and it can see the red eyes that hover in your face, judging you. The dreams began a while back, several years ago, I assume, at this point. The exact amount of time isn't clear to me anymore. It had been innocent enough. I fell asleep to the sounds of another YouTuber screaming at the sounds of the horror game of the week. I used to enjoy the genre, an avid fan of video games myself, but I can't stand them anymore. I keep derailing from staying on topic. I need to type this before my eyes give way to this shit again. Someone needs to know. I had fallen asleep, hard into the world of fantasy. No one ever seems to characterize dreams the way I experience them. They're devoid of details, with gray masses of nothingness depicting the boundaries that trail into the distance, endlessly. Like the edge of a map in a video game, but fuzzier and far less outline. The dreams always begin with me studying something, a door, a signpost, a horizon from the top of a deck. It didn't matter much, though. A robot factory, a school, an island dictatorship. They all ended the same. Something would find me. I was never sure what it would be or how it would hurt me, but I knew I had to run far. My feet have never carried me anywhere in a dream, though. I would run hard in any direction, but my feet would ache severely, and I'd ultimately be running on what felt like a conveyor belt. And these abominations would catch me. A man in a bowler hat, his smug face was nearing as he floated to me. A robot out of a childhood video game, glowing red eyes, and a laser gun cocked and aimed at me. A sea of sludge and various dead animals inside. Not too unlike a childhood trip to La Brea Tar Pits in Los Angeles. I remember an alien abducting me in my bedroom when I was tiny. But as with a dream, you can't die. The fear is entirely irrational, and it makes no sense. There's no physical object to harm you. So, why do you run? Why did I run? What was the point? Whenever any would almost catch me, it'd fade to black. A black slate gray mass took over my mind and sent me back into a normal, dreamless slumber. I always assumed death to be a similar sensation. Sometimes I run at the monsters to make them leave. They always get me, but at least the dream is shorter. Facing the fear head-on seemed to help. That night was different, though. The typical dream had begun with a view of a trippy, colorful world, not unlike that of LSD Dream Emulator, one of the few games ever to capture the actual feel of dreaming, in my opinion. The world was laid out in front of me as splotches of jittery color splashed across the landscape. I realized I was in for my usual night of terror quite quickly and decided to attempt to end the dream immediately. And when a dreamer realizes they've begun to dream within the dream, or to lucid dream as it's referred to, the reality of the dream can shift drastically in seconds. Your unconscious mind doesn't like to be questioned. I raced up to the railing in front of me, my feet barely carrying me close enough, even as I sprinted. I took a running dive off the balcony into the colorful abyss, hoping to end the nightmare before it truly began. The air raced up to greet me, and a mass of gray began to spread across the color. The end of the dream nearing ever so closer. Ending a dream by jumping from a high place seems to have always been an effective way to end it on a dime. There's something about the shock of adrenaline, or something to that akin. Something stopped me that night, though. I hit the rainbow-colored ground with a slight thud, uncharacteristic of the feeling you usually get from falling through a dream. The ground was still shimmering with color, but it was oddly still. I looked to my left. However, I wasn't in my body anymore. That was a relatively normal occurrence, though. You'd see yourself in the third person, but still be in control of your actions. It made the dream an almost cinematic experience. There was a gray figure standing in the distance. I couldn't quite make out much of it, though it had a pair of red, glowing eyes. I debated running, but realized this was what kept this dream from ending prematurely. So I sprinted towards it. I ran towards the figure, but made no progress. But it floated over to me, slowly, understanding my want to come near it. The red glowing eyes dimmed down, and I could see the red reflected in a pair of realistic eyes. The figure was definitely me. It was myself in the dream, or a character using my body anyway. I tried to fling myself at it, but the figure floated back, dodging. I understand that you wish to end this dream. It had spoken to me in my voice. You're not real. Why don't we shatter this reality and move on? I looked at the figure, watching the unblinking neutral stare. It considered the request. No, I don't think I will let you today. What gives you the right to choose? You're not even real. You're just me. I might just be you, but I assure you, I'm real. The figure turned and looked out into the gray mass. Emptiness is a terrifying prospect, is it not? The gray figure stood tall and stared out into the abyss. Damn you! Come over here so I can end this dream! I reached forward, but the figure vanished. I was stuck in a colorful pit, the gray mass far off from me. Nothingness would have been a comfort to me at that moment. The figure eventually returned to me, but it felt like hours. Days, even. Dreams aren't supposed to feel like that. I could feel its presence behind me, watching me search endlessly in the void. Do you understand why I let you wander endlessly? The figure stated. You're sick. Do you know that? You're sick. If I'm you, and you call me sick, what does that say about you? I angrily rushed the figure, clawing my way towards it. It kept moving away from me faster and faster. My legs burned and cramped. I was barely keeping pace with the figure. I ran as hard as I could, trying to capture it, knowing it was my ticket out of there. I leaped at myself and grabbed it. The gray mass engulfed me, and I thought I had woken up. I was in my bedroom, staring up at the ceiling. A cold sweat across my forehead. My legs burned. The pain of running a marathon in a minute. All too real. Way too real. I looked up at the ceiling. It made me freeze. The ceiling was transparent, and above the roof was a huge, floating head. My head. It stared down at me. A grin plastered across its face. I was frozen in place, except for my eyes. They jittered, trying to make out the details of the head. My mind couldn't comprehend the sight. It slowly moved through the ceiling, closer to me. I struggled to move, but paralysis had taken hold of me. I hurriedly began to hyperventilate, wishing I hadn't slept on my arms, numb from the lack of blood circulation. The increase in oxygen made everything fuzzier as the head was right up in my face now, screaming. I awoke in reality that time. A nasty nightmare, but one that was at least over. I sighed in relief. My anxiety causing my heart to beat out of my chest. I attempted to sit up, but it didn't feel right. My legs hurt. I looked down at my calves, and they were black and blue. My arms were red and bruised as well. And I felt pain in my left ankle like it had snapped in two. I grabbed my phone by the side of the bed and read the time. 11 a.m. I had wasted the morning of that Saturday fighting nightmare creatures. At least I could get them, throw some food in the microwave and forget about this. That's when I saw the date below. It made me freeze. It wasn't Saturday. It was Sunday. There was a text from my friend waiting for me in the notification bubble. Dude, where are you? You never showed up at the party last night. I texted back. What party? I thought that was tonight. You missed it, man. It was pretty great. Were you up smoking weed again or something? I had set the phone down. Had I taken anything before bed? I didn't think I had. It had been like any other night at my house, boring, predictable, and filled with an unhealthy amount of electronic usage before bed. I assumed it was nothing the first time, a fluke of odd sleep patterns. But I was wrong. This dream has been repeated over and over again, subtle variations leading to the same result. Sometimes I was underwater, the dreamscape cold and uncaring. I'd wake up covered in sweat or hives or rashes. One time I broke a bone trying to capture the figure. It got smarter each time the dream happened. My victories against it getting closer and closer. Every dream, the amount of time grows dramatically and the difficulty in escaping increases. The first time, it was only one day lost. The last time, I spent 6 months trapped in my head. I'll never get back that time in the real world. My friends have all but abandoned me, assuming I'm some insane basket case that can't be cured. But they don't understand, and I hope they don't ever have to. This is going to continue. I'm exhausted as I write this. I can't leave my head anymore. Even when I'm awake, my anxiety pounds me with the thought that I'll be asleep again soon. And this time, I may not come back. I can't take this anymore. I'm sorry I killed her. I repent. I concede. I give up. Please give me the courage to die. This reality pains me. I can't handle it anymore. I can't take it. I can't. Let me go. I beg you, if you're reading this, let me die.
I hope you enjoyed Unconscious Objection, as written by Krister Maxine Schmidt, and voiced by actor and sound producer Jesse Cornett. To find more from Krister Maxine Schmidt, visit simplyscarypodcast.com/Schmidt, spelled SCHMIDT, and you'll be redirected to his author profile on our horror fiction website, creepypastastories.com, where you'll find ways to follow him on his YouTube channel under the username TheTon1789. That's THETON 1789. If you enjoyed Mr. Cornett's performance, you can hear more of him on the amazing No Sleep podcast, where his vocal performances and audio productions are available for your enjoyment. So don't delay, check them out, and be sure to let them know that Steve sent you. It would mean a lot to us. Up next, we've got a second sinister story for you, as written by Pamela Cottam and performed by Heather Thomas and Paul J. McSorley. In it, we'll meet a college student named Aggie, desperate to find an apartment 2 weeks before fall semester begins. A widower advertises an apartment in his mansion, and Aggie accepts after meeting him. The house is magnificent, and the man seems like a gentle soul who she likens to Mr. Rogers with his receding jawline and attire. It's almost too good to be true. But are things really what they appear to be? Now, without further ado, I present to you In the Neighborhood.
Aggie circled the address and folded up the paper. It had taken almost 7 years for the Pittsburgh Observer to return listing real estate in their Saturday edition. Luckily, with the recession having decreased enough to beckon a mini housing boom back to the Pittsburgh area, the paper reintroduced its housing section. Aggie knew not all landlords, especially older ones, advertised online. She thought this to be especially true to those who lived in older sections of Shadyside, Squirrel Hill, and Oakland, near so many of Pittsburgh's universities. The houses were big, bedrooms large, and many owners advertised rooms to let on telephone posts and college bulletin boards. Some are listed only in the paper. Sidling over to the other side of a metal bench painted dark green and chipping, she tapped the number. A Port Authority transit bus roared by as an ambulance bleated its way along Forbes Avenue. She held the phone close to one ear and covered the other with her hand. Hi. Hello? I'm calling about the advertisement for a room. An apartment in your house? She turned back toward the bustling street, the bus now down the hill, and the ambulance siren a distant refrain.
Yes?
An older man's voice. I would like to arrange a time to see it. I hope it's still available. I'm pretty desperate. I have to give up on my lease in the next 2 weeks. Your price is good, and your location is right near a bus stop for my school. Your house is on...
Seville Alley, near Whiteman? My entrance is on Whiteman, but come in through the back from the alley. I rarely use the front 'cause I've got nosy neighbors. Anyway, all the houses are red brick, but you have my address, and I have a green wooden door.
Aggie asked for details about rent, utilities, and where to get groceries. She told him her situation and her need to move fast.
What time will you visit?
He had a gruff, low voice like her grandfather's, minus the Pittsburgh accent. She pictured him in khakis and a flannel shirt, on a fireplace recliner watching golf, a welcoming, grandfatherly twinkle in his eyes. A dog barked in the background. Nice. Tomorrow evening, around 6:30. Will that work?
How about 7? The other tenants will have settled in by then.
He cleared his throat. Thank you. Oh, by the way, my name is Aggie Krieg.
Nice to meet you, Aggie. I'm Bill. See you tomorrow.
She closed her cell, feeling relieved, less anxious. If this worked out, she'd have enough time to pack her few belongings and move in by the time the fall semester started. In her junior year at Pitt, she had expected to room with her friend Diane in the 2-bedroom cramped apartment they shared on Craig Street near Pitt. Diane had mentioned that she and Todd, short for Thaddeus, thought about getting their own place. But with summer near an end and no discussion or visits to check out new homes, Todd's monosyllabic vocabulary and nightly beer-ponging with friends in their, Aggie and Diane's, crowded living room finally smacked Diane into seeing the lumbering idiot that Todd was. Instead, the happy couple dropped the news that they had signed a lease for a Shadyside apartment, like a slaughtered pig before Aggie's feet, just as Todd retrieved the oft-used and dented red Solo cups from atop the refrigerator to set up for beer pong. No, sorry this happened so fast, or sorry, we fucked you over with only a week to find a roommate, or we know you can't afford it on your own, but maybe someone else is desperate too and needs to find a place fast. She didn't have time to be mad at Diane. Someday she'd give her friend an earful for being so insensitive. Todd, she couldn't believe otherwise, would be long gone. Aggie got off the PennDOT bus on Murray Avenue, near the Giant Eagle supermarket. She looked in the window of the kosher deli, walked past Szechuan Gourmet and Pamela's Diner, and crossed Forbes Avenue. Squirrel Hill on Thursday night was bustling with cars, bicyclists, and pedestrians. When she crossed Forbes Avenue, shops and banks disappeared, and in their place, tall, stately homes snuggled together like roosting birds. She turned left onto Aylesboro and walked past old 3- and 4-story brick homes framed in fencing and kept private with stained glass windows and draping foliage. She reached Whiteman, and sure enough, 6 houses down, Seville Alley bisected the block, exposing the backsides of those very houses she'd passed. Aggie checked her phone. If she got the apartment and needed to stop at the supermarket before going home after classes, she'd have an 8 to 10 minute walk to Bill's. Perfect. The cobblestones rippled in waves as they streamed up the alley to the cross street. Rusted iron grills and wooden fencing separated houses and makeshift storage areas. Nestled along the bulging roots of elm were small blue bags piled like a pyramid, a testimony to the humming flies and the pervasive smell of dog poop that overlaid the soft rot of compost and grass clippings along the curb. Up ahead, she saw a green wooden door under a porch. The lawn was cut. Long dead flowers drooped from plastic pots. Grillwork over the windows gave Aggie a sense of safety already. Bill was no fool. He knew thieves could break a window. Aggie knocked on the door. She waited, a good feeling inside her. She knocked again. The house was huge, and the only light she could see was in a second-floor window. Using her cell phone, she called Bill. It rang 3 times, then stopped. No message. No forwarding ability. When she'd talked to Bill the day before, he'd answered right away. Aggie tried again. Same thing. She paused, looking around. A car screeched somewhere in the distance. The air sat still, suspended in the alley as a dog barked inside the house. She cut around the narrow strip of lawn between Bill's house and his neighbor's, stepping over low-lying shrubs and gnomes whose eyes twinkled at the sky with puffed cheeks and malicious grins. She climbed the stone steps and crossed over to the door. Softly, she knocked on the front door, worried a noisy neighbor or resting tenant might hear. Maybe Bill had trouble hearing and just didn't know it. He sounded old enough. She thought back to her grandfather, who'd finally gotten a hearing aid after Aggie's parents spent days pantomiming their words in frantic gesticulations. Bill had written in the ad that one of his tenants had left, meaning there were others. Maybe someone else would be awake and hear her. A light flicked on from inside, lighting the outside. Thank God. She heard movement, a thud, and hurried thumps. The door opened, and a furry golden retriever pushed its way to the front, where it rubbed its snout against the glass before going up on its hind legs and pawing the door.
"Welcome, young lady. You must be Aggie. And this..."
He pulled on the dog's collar and ordered her to sit.
"Is Molly Dog. My Molly Dog, aren't you?"
The dog panted by his owner's leg and sat still. Aggie took in the spaciousness of the house and Bill's jolly face. He resembled someone she'd seen on TV, but she couldn't place the name. A zip-up maroon cardigan lay over worn khakis and a collared shirt. Tiny plods of plucked thread littered the sweater, along with dog hair. His grin stretched across a receding jawline, and he stared at her behind dark-rimmed reading glasses. When he beckoned her into the living room, she saw a hearing aid plugging his left ear. "It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood," popped into her head. They talked for an hour about college, his life, and Molly Dog.
"I wish I could show you the room you'll have. Jonathan won't move out until next week, and the other occupants aren't here for you to meet. It's an eclectic group of people, you see, with different jobs and schedules, but you will like them all."
Bill jutted forward from the couch, where Molly Dog had curled beside him, her head now resting on her paws.
"You're not allergic to cats, are you?"
Eyes wide, his earnest face mimicked the severe tone of his question. "No, my roommate and I, have a cat in our place, but it's hers. Jazzy, we call him. She'll take him with her when she moves, so I'll be catless soon, but I like them. Why?" Bill smiled and sighed appreciatively.
"Dana, on the 3rd floor across from you, number 8, has 2 cats, Mungo and Jiry. She likes musicals. They are house cats, get along with Molly Dog, but I had a guy who couldn't live with cats, allergic. I had to use an EpiPen once. I just wanted to warn you."
Aggie just knew. She belonged here. Bill slapped his thighs and stood up.
"Time to show you a room. Not yours, but just like the one you'll have. At least you'll know what to expect."
Aggie rose from the couch and followed Bill, past a music room with a piano and cello that glistened under a giant chandelier. His navy blue sneakers made no sound on the polished hardwood floors, as they reached a long carpeted stairway. Her heart fluttered. She didn't know Bill, didn't know the house. For God's sake, she hadn't even asked him his last name. Aggie hesitated. On an end table to the right of the stairs, a 12 by 15 framed photograph of Bill and his wife showed a beaming Bill and Allison on their marriage day. In her talk with Bill, she learned Allison had been the love of his life. She'd died painfully and cruelly months before. Per Bill, she'd been cremated. The big old house just screamed for people and voices other than those within his memory. So Bill had begun to rent out the spacious rooms and renovate others into mini apartments. The stairs ended in a shadowed landing. Molly Dog leaped ahead of her onto the stairs and barked. Bill turned on a hallway light.
After you, my dear.
He placed a fatherly pat on her arm as she took the first step. Moving day came fast, and Aggie's meager belongings fit nicely into a few boxes and bags piled into Diane's car. Saturday in Squirrel Hill bustled with pedestrians, Orthodox Jews going to temple, Chinese students walking in groups, runners and dog walkers vying for space along the sidewalks, cars honking as traffic stopped or someone trying to parallel park on Murray. Diane drove her lime green Kia through the mess and pulled into the sun-spotted alley behind Bill's house. Hey, wouldn't it have been easier to park in front and go in that way? Diane clutched a brown cardboard UPS box filled with books as she and Aggie went up the back steps. Probably, but he says the neighbors are nosy, and one lady is always asking questions about his tenants. And he thinks what his boarders do for a living and their schedules is no one's business. He said coming in from the alley mutes the gossip. Bill had left a note on the door.
Make yourself at home. The key is in the foyer under your welcoming flowers. Please be quiet. Others might be sleeping. I will be back later today. Bill.
Yellow, red, and white flowers stood at attention, tied with twine. Aggie picked them up and sniffed them. Diane grunted under the weight of her box. A green welcome mat stretched along the kitchen floor. Aggie and Diane walked across the wide plank floor, polished and glistening in an immaculate kitchen twice the size of their former living room. Past the pantry, they entered the first-floor foyer. A dining room, music room, and library occupied the other side of the foyer. On their side, the kitchen adjoined the living room, offering a separate sitting area enclosed by long windows for intimate conversation. Sunlight beamed through the long windows. This place is gorgeous. Wow, you lucked out, Ag. Diane whispered as she looked around at the polished wooden beams and scrolled molding. Sure keeps it clean for a landlord. I know. No Todd. No stale smell of beer on his person whenever he stayed over, or dented solo cups that had fallen off the table and rolled in the dust. Wisps of hair fell from Aggie's ponytail as she carefully, quietly, lugged her box up the stairs, taking care not to startle any late sleepers. She stopped halfway up to the second landing to catch her breath. Bill reminds me of someone on TV, but it's Molly Dog you have to see. She is so sweet. I can't wait to ask Bill if he'll let me take her for a walk. All this whispered to Diane as Aggie glanced outside at the alley. A malodorous ripple of dog poop and garbage breezed through the open screen. She winced and continued past the second floor to the third. A steeple-shaped ceiling ran the length of the third floor, divided into 3 apartments on each side. This is beautiful. Which apartment is yours? Diane's soft, drawn voice forced a slow swirl of dust motes in the air. Here's my key. There's my apartment. Aggie beamed. before placing the skeleton key into door number 7. Aggie organized her belongings in a little over an hour. An ornately brocaded couch sat in one corner of her living room, a Persian rug and armchairs in front, and a low coffee table in between. A colossal window stared down from the kitchen onto the rooftop of a neighbor's house. In the bathroom, a clawfoot tub grasped old blue tiles with a wraparound shower curtain. Except for a closet-sized windowless bedroom, Aggie savored the beauty of her apartment in the classy old neighborhood of Squirrel Hill. Not to mention finding a kindly, grandfatherly owner with a great dog. Diane bid her goodbye, kiss, kiss, gave her a housewarming cactus from the dollar store, and rushed back to rouse Todd from a beer-induced hangover. Aggie walked to the Giant Eagle and picked up instant mac and cheese and lunch items, enough that she could carry back to Bill's without struggle. Maybe when she got back, some of the tenants would be up and about. She stopped at Brugger's Bagels and an Asian store selling incense to promote good karma. Clouds swirled around a blue sky in a friendly wind that scuttled leaves and seeds along the sidewalks. Aggie thought of silver linings and had to agree. Diane and Todd's rotten timing had been a blessing for her. It was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. She entered the house and smelled coffee. In the kitchen, leftover scrambled eggs sat pouting and cold in a cast-iron skillet, a Mr. Coffee on and half full. Something smelled like baked goods right from the oven. Aggie hurried to the stairs and peeked into the living room, half expecting to see one of the tenants. Music, something jazzy, drifted down from upstairs. A banana bread wrapped in cellophane with a ribbon and note sat on the floor outside of her apartment. Aggie placed her bags on the floor and opened the letter. "Welcome, neighbor. Leave for vacation today, but I will catch up with you as soon as I return. You'll love the house and Bill. See you soon. Dana." Aggie's eyes teared up. She turned the key and hipped it open, moving fast to her kitchen table, where she let go of her bags before going back for the banana bread. Outside her kitchen window, dry leaves cluttered the gutters and pigeons clustered in a group near the chimney. Their coos muted through the glass, their feathers shiny, then dull, as clouds played in the sunlight. Aggie looked for a latch to open the window, but the panels were cocked shut. She made a mental note to ask Bill if she could remove the hardened paste and open the window for fresh air. Aggie figured the only trespasser might be a pigeon come to roost or steal leftover crumbs, with no fire escape to climb up to the 3rd floor. Aggie walked downstairs and followed the smell of coffee to the kitchen. Bill stood at the sink, washing dishes and humming. Molly Dog lay at his feet, her blonde face snuggled between furry paws.
"Excuse the mess in here. I spent some time with Eric upstairs, number 6. I doubt you two have met. He left for Frisco for the next 2 weeks, so you won't meet him for a while. Security consultant, always on the move."
Bill turned and grinned, soapy hands holding a soapy dish.
"Coffee?"
"Yes, please." Aggie bent down to ruffle the dog's ears. "I haven't met the other tenants, but Dana left me a greeting and some bread. So nice of her. She said she's going on vacation?"
"Well, sort of. Her mom is sick, and she is going to help her out. Somewhere near the Poconos."
Bill poured Aggie's coffee and scooted a blue enamel canister of sugar along the counter. He offered half and half to her. "I guess I'll meet her when she gets back. Who's feeding her cats?" Aggie stirred her coffee. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, reflecting off a toaster gleaming like new and a crowded key ring hanging above it on a hook. Blue jays squawked outside, and a mourning dove cooed from somewhere nearby.
"Cats?"
Bill handed her a napkin. He was wearing the same cardigan and khakis he'd worn when she'd interviewed with him. He smiled over his coffee, big sparkling eyes behind his glasses. Yes. When we first met, you mentioned if I was allergic to cats because the lady on the 3rd floor with me has cats? Aggie inwardly smiled. Bill might not only be hard of hearing, but he might also be confusing stories in his old age. Or he was maybe forgetting.
Yes, oh yes, Aggie.
He shook his head and chuckled, finally connecting the dots.
Glad you reminded me.
The gesture was akin to the confusion her own grandfather experienced, and Bill's response reinforced a warm familiarity as if she were a little girl and back home. Bill grabbed a rag and wiped away sugar grains and toast crumbs. I'll be meeting friends out tonight. No problem with me coming home late, I hope.
No problem. Just be quiet. Come in through the alley, of course, and lock the door behind.
He grinned and patted her shoulder. Oh, hey, Bill. Is it possible for me to open my window? I noticed it's sealed with caulk or something like that. Either way, I can't open it. She finished her coffee and Bill reached for her mug. He cocked his head and looked at her. That wide grin returned.
Of course. Do you mind if I get to it later in the week when you're in classes?
His chin disappeared, and he stared at Aggie. Funny little man. Of course, Aggie said. She met friends at Meneo's Pizza for dinner before going down to Shadyside, where she drank 3 IPAs with a tinge of peach flavoring and 2 shots of bourbon at Cappy's Cafe, beer at Diane and Todd's place, and caught a late bus to Squirrel Hill. Each time the PennDOT bus swirled around a corner, booze gurgled inside her, threatening to gurgle right up and out. Streetlights diffused, fuzzy. A warm drizzle soaked the streets, and pedestrians clustered along the sidewalks, hoods and umbrellas up. She held tight to the door rail as she got off the bus, trying hard to walk straight and be aware. Bodies moved toward her, past her, around her, and she hoped she didn't smell of alcohol. Crossing Forbes, neon lights and eateries disappeared, and she entered the dark stretches of Murray Avenue. A gentle mist was floating ghost-like from the hot pavement, shrouding the scant glow of streetlights. Try as she might, she walked a crooked line back to Bill's place. In through the alley door, she tiptoed on the kitchen floor. A light burned in the music room. If Bill or a tenant were up late, they'd see her drunk. Step by uneasy step, she crept through the foyer into the stairway and up to the 2nd floor. She took out her key and wobbled down the corridor before registering the numbers. She and Dana were 7 and 8 on the 3rd floor. A saxophone played low from room 6. She felt slog-headed, woozy, as she backtracked and climbed the stairs. A wall sconce lent a soft, warm glow along the corridor. Outside her door, she rummaged through her purse and found her keys. She placed the key in her door when a thud sounded across the hall. Then a sound of breaking glass and pinging along the floor. She jumped and felt her heart thump. She paused, looked around her, and then stepped to Dana's door. She placed her ear next to the wood. Quiet. Aggie rubbed her eyes and cursed her wraith-like floating thoughts. She darted back to her apartment. Holding on to the counter with one hand, she poured a large plastic glass of water and drank. If Dana was in the Poconos, what caused the crash in her apartment? Maybe she should wake Bill. But she didn't know where he slept. She looked at her phone. Almost 2 a.m. No, she wouldn't call him this late, or let him see her glassy-eyed and drunk on her first night at his place. She considered asking the music player on the 2nd floor for help, but he, or she, Might tell Bill he'd just rented to a drunken college student. Aggie struggled to think clearly. Dana's apartment was too high in the house, just like hers, for a burglar to be crashing in. Maybe a picture fell, or a window or light broke. Shit. What if one of the cats caused the crash? Or the crash caused injury or death to one of the cats? Her mind reeled. Maybe instead of waking the whole damn household, she should check things out for herself. A neighborly gesture to pay back Dana for the banana bread. Only she needed a key. Aggie drank more water before heading downstairs. The saxophone still played from room 6 on the second floor. She glanced down the corridor. Drizzle fell like silent teardrops on a window at its furthest reach. Damn, if she weren't so wasted, she'd go to Saxophone Man's apartment and ask for help. Eric, that was his name. Mr. Casanova. She continued to the first floor foyer, where she skirted the dining room and peeked into the music room. The piano's silhouette sat dark, a low thrumming of rain, the only sound coming from the room. Molly Dog barked from somewhere below her as Aggie rushed into the kitchen. A dull yellow light above the kitchen sink came on when she hit the light switch. The key ring was still hanging above the toaster, and Aggie hoped they were Bill's copies to the apartments. She lifted the ring and fisted them in her hand to prevent jingling. A rectangular corkboard with tin pockets numbered 1 through 8 for mail hung on the side of the refrigerator, unnoticed by her that morning. She looked at her pocket, and it was empty. She took 3 steps out of the kitchen and came to a dead stop. A deep fluttering bloomed inside her chest as she slowly walked back to the refrigerator. Of 8 mail pockets, hers was the only one with a name. She paused and tried to get a grip on thoughts moving too fast through her head. Another soft bark came from downstairs. No way she wanted Bill to find her sneaking around with his set of keys, drunk in the middle of the night. She rushed back to the foyer and up the stairs. Outside Dana's apartment, she slowly breathed and tried one key, then another. The third lock slid in easily and turned with a click. There was no sound from Molly Dog. She nudged the door open, a wedge of light falling on the apartment floor. Across the far side of the room, 2 tall, straight-backed chairs stood like guards at either end of a long, brocaded couch. A small table and lamp sat to her left. Unease settled over her like fine dust. Opening the door wider, she stepped inside, the bare wood floor groaning under her weight. She turned on the light. "Here, kitty, kitty," she whispered. The living room and dining room lay in quiet repose, empty and uncluttered. Dust bunnies dotted the floor in place of rugs or carpet, and a fog born of stale air and old heating squeezed the room. Aggie crossed to the couch and peeked under it. Her footprints unsettled the fine pallor coating on the floor. In the kitchen, she turned on the light. "Hey, kitties. Where are you?" The kitchen sink sparkled, and the counter was bereft of appliances, dishes, soap, or rags. Bare floorboards showed no cat dishes, water bowls, or garbage can. The kitchen table and chairs sat upright, and the cupboards closed. Aggie figured that Dana must have confined the cats elsewhere. She headed to the living room, where a closed door suggested a bathroom or bedroom. Aggie heard the hum of rain and felt a subtle current of air when she opened the door. A long window clung to a hinge like a desperate climber. A pane had broken and laid scattered on the floor, but no rain was coming in. She feared a hurt cat and anxiously peered under the bed and behind a wide, upholstered rocking recliner. A small opening between the louvered doors of Dana's closet gave Aggie hope the cats had settled inside. She pushed open the closet, looking right and left. No cats. No. Her insides were coiled. Nothing. No shoes, clothes, boxes. Empty. A warm wind scuttled leaves along the roof and the quieting drizzle outside the room. Inside, that same wind shuffled dust bunnies across the floor and into corners. A tingling prescience made her straighten her back and look into Dana's bathroom. She opened the medicine cabinet, pulled the shower curtain back, opened the vanity doors. Pristine cleanliness, and devoid of toiletries, towels, personal items of any sort. How could one explain the note from Dana and the banana bread outside her door? Bill had talked about Dana's cats. Aggie inhaled deeply, deliberately, trying to clear her head. She determinedly walked to the hallway out the bedroom and across Dana's living room floor. Something was amiss. Maybe Dana left without telling Bill she was gone for good. Maybe Dana cleaned the apartment to get her deposit back before telling Bill she wasn't returning from the Poconos. Maybe Bill had the cats with him, wherever he slept with Molly Dog. Perhaps she was confused about which apartment Dana lived in. Or maybe there was no Dana. In her own apartment, Aggie lifted the makeshift vase she'd made out of a plastic glass to hold Bill's welcoming flowers. Coreopsis, baby's breath, and cosmos radiated from a bunch of ferns. Bill's welcoming note lay under the vase. Aggie took out the handwritten note and reread it under the light of the sink. Bill's writing would have made Sister B, the nun who taught cursive at Aggie's Catholic elementary school, glow with pleasure at his gentle, almost feminine script. Aggie imagined the red A at the top, Bill's paper pinned to the bulletin board for everyone to see. Aggie lay it face up on the counter. The remaining banana bread sat wrapped in its cellophane near her sink. She bent down to her recycling can and fingered its contents, looking for Dana's note. The word insidious scrabbled like crabs across her thoughts. She scrounged through the boxes she lugged in earlier that day when she and Diane had unloaded her belongings. Aggie's mouth felt dry, acidic, and she paused to drink more water. The water cleared her mouth, but gurgled in her stomach. She searched the garbage can before rifling through her raincoat pockets and jeans. The note was gone. She thumbed through her purse and found it, wadded into a ball with a piece of chewed bazooka bubblegum she'd dumped when her first bourbon arrived. She'd shown the note to Teddy when he'd shocked her by mumbling if she liked living in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, which garnered laughs from all around. Now, under the kitchen light, Aggie pried the sticky gum away from Dana's note and stretched out the crinkled, spit-stained paper. She placed it next to Bill's welcoming letter. She hadn't noticed. But why would Bill risk her making the connection? Maybe he was crazy. Or maybe he was a sick man confused by dementia. A tender shot of compassion rested its way up and into her being. His wife was gone. He'd been lonely for months, needing people around him. He had tenants, so obviously, what? She'd heard footsteps and music on the other floor. Bill said Eric was a Casanova and was going away for 2 weeks. People worked different hours, and hell, she'd only lived there 1 day. It was entirely possible that she'd just missed the others with the comings and goings of a busy Saturday. Maybe she'd wait until the morning and tell Bill about Dana's broken window and empty apartment. and ask about Mungo and Jiry. Aggie's imagination ran haywire, and she wanted to wring Diane's neck and stuff a fucking ping-pong ball down Todd's throat for putting her in this situation. She still had Bill's keys. She had to return them to the hook downstairs before morning. She also had to clear her head. Too many what-ifs and maybes swirling like a cyclone in her alcohol-addled brain. Aggie took a shower where the hot water eased her mind and relaxed her body. She thought of calling Diane. Fuck Todd, who'd likely snore through the call anyway. Out of the shower and still tipsy, she put on her PJs, robe, and Minnetonka moccasins. Leaves clumped at the eaves outside her window, but the rain had stopped. A sliver of moonlight limed the clouds. She drank one more glass of water and felt bloated. Something echoed in her mind. An aha moment caught her as she stood looking out her kitchen window. The saxophone, coming from the end of the second floor. Eric, the Casanova, went to Frisco, as Bill had mentioned. Number 6. But his music was playing. Bile rose in her throat, and she had a second where she leaned her head over the sink and expected to puke. Her mind imagined all sorts of scenarios from Friday Fright Night films in her youth. She breathed deeply, berating herself for such stupid thoughts. Keys in her robe pocket, she walked out her room and into the corridor. Tiptoeing down the steps, she brought forth the metal encouraged by her need to know and nourished by the disbelief of her inebriated thoughts. 1 step, 2 steps, now on the landing to the second floor. Music played from one of the rooms at the end. Aggie crept down the corridor. She placed her ear to room 5, then stepped across to room 6. A horn, exhaling long, low notes with other instruments. Aggie knocked. The music curled and repeated, and then low, throaty sounds from a woman took the stage. Aggie rapped fast and gently on the door, felt the pain in her knuckles. Irritation molded within her. Fucking someone had to be home, playing this music, unless Eric had forgotten to turn it off. She fingered the keys and placed one in the lock. If someone burst open the door demanding to know what she was doing, she'd tell them about Dana's apartment and plead for her need for help. If no one was home, well, she needed to know. She'd never questioned Bill's story. She'd been too stupid to even ask for his last name. Maybe she should talk to those nosy neighbors Bill warned her of. The 5th key clicked as her bladder's balloon felt ready to burst. She so wanted to cry, to scream, to have someone with her. Opening the door provided little light in the room. Looming like a giant was an armoire in the middle of the back wall, its steepled point almost touching the ceiling. A recliner rested next to a coffee table, with the radio turned on. Aggie moved across the bare floor and turned on a wall lamp. It was like her innards dropped an inch. She checked out the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom. Just like in Dana's room. Empty closets and bare cupboards. A fitting place for old Mother Hubbard. Not even a roll of toilet paper, after she'd scrunched her legs and just made it to Eric's toilet in time to pee. There was no Eric. No Casanova wooing women to his bed. Dust bunnies stuck like friends to her Minnetonkas. The muscles in her arms and legs felt like weights. A stark reality, clarity after a dream, hit her like a punch to the gut. She walked out of the room and tiptoed to the next room, number 5. She found its key and turned the lock. She turned on a light with each room down to number 1. looked for signs of a tenant, but found none. Bill lied to her, or suffered delusions. He'd lied in the advertisement, filled his house with non-existent people, and created stories about their lives. She was alone in the house with Bill. Aggie locked the last room. She heard a thumping sound and whimpering rising from below. Aggie ran up to her apartment floor and quickly, quietly, locked the door. Seconds later, Molly Dog padded along the floor outside her door, groaning and sniffing the bottom. More thumping, this time in Aggie's chest. She switched off the light above her kitchen sink and waited as the dog's shadows scurried to and fro under the door.
"Hey, my girl, what's wrong?"
Bill spoke low outside Aggie's door.
"What's got you going, huh?"
Molly Dog gave a plaintive cry and quieted.
"Come on, girl, let's get you outside."
The dog thumped away. Aggie wanted to whimper, but the back of her throat wouldn't budge. If Bill were taking the dog outside to pee, he'd probably take her to the alley from the kitchen. Aggie threw on her jeans, t-shirt, and jacket. She grabbed her backpack and stuffed underwear, toiletries, and necessary items, purse and phone, into compartments. She'd call an Uber outside and sleep at Diane and Todd's for the night. Aggie watched the clock. It was close to 4 a.m., and she hadn't heard a sound since Bill had taken Molly Dog downstairs and out to pee. Over an hour ago. No longer a sot, she felt clearer-headed. Her stomach rumbled and threatened to empty, but she'd drunk so much water she couldn't handle another drop. She reached for the banana bread, but couldn't bring herself to eat it. After hoisting on her overloaded backpack, she grabbed her tote and opened the apartment door. Heart pounding loud in her ears and sweat pooling under her arms, she braced herself at the top of the stairs and waited. Not a vibration of wind against the windows, the patter of Molly Dog, or the shuffling of Bill's feet. Each step a nightmare. She tiptoed down to the second-floor landing and paused. Panic, as sharp as the beating of her heart. A low voice sounded from the living room, where a dim light shone.
"Molly Dog's been good, you know. She gets along well with the tenants and especially likes her new girl, Aggie. She's a nice young lady. And you know what? Dana made her banana bread for her arrival. Now there's someone who I want to keep. A keeper, you'd call her."
Bill chuckled. Aggie couldn't move. She wrestled with continuing to the kitchen, screaming and finding out who Bill was speaking to. Who was he talking to now, so early in the morning? Maybe she was wrong. Maybe there was someone else, another apartment in the basement she didn't know about. Her backpack lay heavy on her shoulders. She needed to leave now, right away.
"I'll do some gardening today, take Molly Dog for a walk later. I wish you were here, as always. I know, life goes on. That's what they all say. Sometimes, though, it seems to stop."
Bill chuckled.
"Anyway, love of my life, I'll get you settled soon in your room in a pretty permanent place."
She had to know. Aggie crept to the living room, too afraid to look in, too confused not to. Bill rested in an armchair, legs folded, hands folded in his lap. He wore his zipped maroon cardigan and khaki trousers. His grin stretched wide along with his receding jowl as he stared intently at a see-through freezer bag filled with gray and white flecked dirt. or powder that sat atop a folded giant eagle paper bag. Aggie later wondered if her heavy drinking caused the synapses in her brain to disconnect. Seconds or minutes, she didn't know how long, she had stood, taking every wrong turn, until click. The connection jolted her. Mrs. Bill? And what was Bill? Adrenaline squeezed her muscles. She flew out of the foyer and toward the kitchen, where a sleeping Molly dog lay by the pantry. Aggie saw nothing as she rushed. Molly dog wailed, her haunch trampled by Aggie's foot. The dog rose, a silhouette in the ambient light, and pushed against Aggie. Aggie threw Bill's keys on the counter as she legged the hound out of her way. Molly dog barked twice.
Molly girl, what's wrong? You'll wake the tenants.
Bill's whisper grew louder as he neared the kitchen. Aggie pushed out the door and slammed it. Past the pyramid of blue dog poop bags and the gentle smell of rot, Aggie ran across the cobblestone, out the alley, and away from Bill.
I'm always cold. It doesn't matter what the temperature is outside or inside. I'm always cold. My wife and I constantly battle over the thermostat in the house. If it's summer, I still want the heat on. If it's winter, I can't turn the heat up high enough. The fact that I'm always cold hasn't made things very easy on me either with a moniker like Colder. Talk about a walking stereotype. Oh, my name is Alexander Colder, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Sometimes, depending on how old the person is that I'm meeting for the first time, they think I'm saying Alexander Calder instead of Colder. Oh, like the artist, they'll beam? No, it's Colder, I'll correct them. They always look disappointed for some reason. Why? Why would it matter to somebody if Calder was my last name or not? The man died a year before I was born. Why in the world would they think that I was him or that I was named after him? I'm not a miniature or kinetic sculptor from the 1960s. Besides, what type of weirdo was hoping for someone's last name to be different from what it was? If I ever met somebody with the first name Harrison, I wouldn't say, "Oh, so your last name isn't Ford?" and then look all disappointed about it. Anyway, I guess I should get to the point. I remember the exact time I started feeling this way. Cold, that is. A deep, pervasive, inside the bones type of cold. I was in the 5th grade when I got trapped inside a refrigerator. I almost died. How could that have happened, you may ask? Well, that's where my life gets strange. I was downstairs in my childhood home's basement grabbing my stepdad a beer back in 1987. Once I was down in the basement, I walked the clear paved path that's only blemish was a small drain opening in its middle towards the refrigerator that sat at the far end of the wall. Then I heard a voice. Except, I guess it wasn't a voice that I heard as much as I felt it. This voice came across me like a knowing. It was as if everything the voice wanted to say had already been said, and it was known to me. It was like having a conversation that lasted an hour in a single minute. It's hard to explain. Even today, 26 years later, it's hard to explain. But it's the truth. If I could describe it somehow, imagine a glass that was filled a quarter of the way full with water, and that my mind was a sponge. The rest of the empty glass was all the knowledge I could know, but only the water that was in the glass was what the refrigerator wanted me to know. So my brain, the sponge, gets placed into the glass and absorbed all the water, which was what I was supposed to know. That's how the information seemed to transfer to me. Weird, I know. It gets weirder. It was Kenny who was giving me this information. Kenny was the refrigerator. Except he wasn't just any ordinary refrigerator. No. Kenny was sort of like a refrigerator, an alien entity, a spaceship, and a time machine all rolled up into one. Kenny let me know he could take me anywhere I wanted to go or anywhere I could think about going. When I asked him or thought to him how I could go to these places, he said for me to open up the refrigerator and I'd find out. So I did. I opened the refrigerator. It was light outside, but the light that beamed out from the refrigerator door being opened was brighter. The light shining out from the refrigerator made the daylight shining in from the outside seem like darkness in comparison. The refrigerator was old. Even back in '87 it was old. And when you opened up the door to the top of the freezer, the refrigerator portion was exposed at the same time. So you had this dichotomy of darkness at the top where the freezer was, mixed with this blinding light at the lower half of the fridge. The freezer portion of the refrigerator was so cold that there was a thick fog of frost that hid its contents. The frost seemed to swirl and dance on the powerful light shining from below. When the cold air eventually settled in the basement, the contents of the freezer were finally revealed to me. I found myself facing a gigantic green eyeball, encased in a large block of ice in the freezer. This was Kenny. The eye moved around in the ice like a socket, not frozen into place. The eye was fairly normal looking except for its large size. The iris was green and round. The pupil was an abyss of black. Some veins seemed to spread out from the white of the eyes and into the ice, but not too far out. Not far enough to be connected to the freezer anyway. I don't know why, but I wasn't scared of the strange sight. Kenny let me know to look out the door of the basement that faced out into the backyard, and I did. The daylight was gone, and so was my backyard. The summer day that had been there before seemed to have been replaced by a futuristic city that could only be described as purple, metallic, and glowing. The wonderful city seemed to peek out over orange and yellow clouds. Kenny let me know that this was one place that I could go. I wondered to him what it was, and he let me know it was a possibility. What type of possibility, I wondered to him.
One of many,
Kenny let me know. Could you show me more possibilities? I wondered.
Sure.
Kenny let me know, and he did. There were millions of possibilities, places, and a million times inside and besides those possibilities, and places that ran through my thoughts as to where I could go. Some places Kenny let me know about. Some places were ones I had just made up, and some places were thoughts that other people had made up. Some possibilities were here on this planet, and some were on other planets. Some places were far off, and some places were nearby. I don't know how I knew this. I don't know how Kenny knew how to let me know this, but he did. One world had white trees and grass where the skies were green, the oceans were emerald, and the inhabitants of the planet were made out of a reflective skin that always let them see themselves in others. And it was known to me that there were peace and understanding on that planet. Some planets were dark, scary, and cold. Some worlds were nothing but death and despair. Some worlds were dark but held you like a warm blanket. Some worlds were bright but were harsh and barren. One world was bright and dark, and it seemed like it was on the brink of creation and nothingness all at the same time. Some worlds were small, smaller than a pin top. then other worlds were bigger than our entire reality. These were all known to me. Then some of these worlds were not just beside ours, but were instead spread out seemingly in all directions. I think Kenny was helping me process all of the possibilities of where we could go, because even now when I try to concentrate on all the possibilities of what could be and what would be, it was like looking out into the universe in all directions through the eyes of a fly that were mirrored, and those eyes were in turn staring back out at themselves from all directions, in and out from all points of reality, from dimensions in and out of space and in and out of time. I think I saw what some people have always wanted to see. Not just the universe, but every universe. I think I saw all was known to me. In all that there was, Kenny said I could go to any of these possibilities that I wanted to. I just had to choose one. I wondered to Kenny if I could go to one of these worlds in particular. Of course, there were worlds and places that might have been more exciting and adventuresome. However, none of them mattered to me more than the one I focused on. It wasn't that far away, and it wasn't that long ago. I chose the place where my dad was still alive. After seeing all that there was, it wasn't that hard of a decision for a 10-year-old kid who missed his dad to make. Kenny let me know he could get me there. Kenny let me know all I had to do was climb inside the refrigerator. I couldn't climb inside though because the metal racks were still inside the fridge, leaving no room for me to get inside. I know what you're thinking. A time machine with a design flaw this obvious should have sent some danger signals out into my mind. Cut me some slack. I was 10. I don't know why exactly, but I still believed Kenny. Mainly because I wanted it to be true. Well, the metal racks to the refrigerator were still blocking my way, so I took the racks out and got inside. I waited. Nothing happened. Kenny let me know that I needed to shut the door. So I did. I shut the door and still nothing happened. Nothing happened except I couldn't breathe. You would think I would have panicked or I would have screamed for help, but I didn't. I just waited. I waited to go to the place where my parents and I were happy, where we were all a family again. Wherever in the universe it was where my dad hadn't died when I was 5. Wherever it was in the all where my dad was alive and well and I could finally go and see him again. I wanted that so very badly. I want that now. Except I didn't go anywhere. I just found myself trapped inside a refrigerator suffocating to death. And I did it with a smile on my face. I honestly don't remember anything until the paramedics woke me up. They said I had died, but I didn't remember anything. I didn't remember anything but Kenny. And that's where I messed up. I should have never told anyone about Kenny. Boy, was that a mistake. As it turns out, there aren't too many people who have had conversations with their refrigerators, especially ones with giant green eyeballs frozen in huge blocks of ice in the freezer. Who knew? I wish I had known, because I spent the next 5 years going to every type of psycho whateverist you could imagine until I smartened up and realized that the truth, or at least what I believed to be the truth, was the last thing in the world anyone ever wanted to hear from me. I finally smartened up and just told everyone that I had made Kenny up. I had made Kenny up, and I told everyone I didn't know why. I told them I thought I just wanted to make an excuse as to why I got inside that refrigerator to begin with. Everyone was so relieved, especially my mom and stepdad. Now I was normal again, and everything could go back to the way it had been before I had almost unwittingly killed myself. All I had to do was lie, and everything went back to business as usual. at least for everyone but me. I won't bore you with all the details of growing up. Needless to say, to be known as the kid who almost offed himself in his refrigerator didn't help me too much in the popularity department. In elementary school, I was the refrigerator boy. In middle school, the term blue balls got thrown around more than a few times in my direction. By the time I hit high school, though, I was just colder, which could have been worse, I admit it. Except having your last name used as an intended insult, well, that's almost impossible to get around. Colder, colder. I could still hear the kids saying my name in that mocking, humiliating tone. The tone that people say to ignore because you're being too sensitive. Near as I could tell it, sensitive's new definition should be changed to putting up with everyone's bullshit and inadequacies. I went off to college, and I met a nice girl who didn't know my situation about the refrigerator. We just hit it off right from the start about my second week in school. I ended up dropping out of college after 2 years and just never went back. I had majored in art, but I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. Even though I didn't finish school, those student loans didn't disappear, and I ended up getting a job when I moved back home. I'm not going to tell you what that job is yet, because sometimes I can't even believe how ironic it is, but it's a living. My girlfriend, Shannon Lane, continued in school and got her degree. It wasn't always easy, but Shannon and me, we beat the odds, and we made the long-distance relationship thing work. Shannon graduated. She came back here to Virginia to be with me, and we eventually got married. We bought a little house together about 3 blocks from where I had grown up. That was about 10 years ago now, and we have 2 little boys, Jacob and Joshua. They're great. My life's great, and I'm really happy now. Until this thing happened to me the other day. I wrapped up the day selling to Stevenson's a stainless steel K-Cold 5000, South Korea's finest top-of-the-line refrigerator. To sell one of these babies, you're considered a silver dragon slayer because they're so hard to slay, or sell in this case. I was bundling up to head home when Mr. Kruger, my boss, walked up to me to congratulate me on the sale. Yeah, I'm a refrigerator salesman. It's like Van Gogh selling hearing aids. I know, I've heard it all before.
I don't know how the hell you did it, Calder. You couldn't get change out of that jerk Stevenson's pocket if he was drowning. But you managed to do it somehow. Good job,
he said and patted me on the back. I liked Mr. Kruger. He was a good guy, and he was a good boss. The last few years had been sort of shaky at the store financially, but we seemed to be having a better time of it this year. Slaying a few more silver dragons could help us all. It was cold outside, and of course, I was freezing like always. I wore 2 jackets, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of pants, 2 socks, basically doubling up on anything I could think of to try and stay warm. I got into my car shivering because I was so cold and waited for the engine to warm up. Then he was there. I don't know why I didn't jump out of the car at the sight of some strange guy just sitting there in the passenger seat. I don't even know how he got inside the car, because he wasn't there when I first got into it. I think not anyways, and I knew that I hadn't seen the car door open and close. Weird. Even weirder is that this stranger that was in my car didn't look at me directly. He continued to just stare out the front window. Looking him over, I noticed he had his seatbelt on, and even though I was just looking at him in profile, I got a strange feeling that I knew this guy somehow.
Good on the job, slaying dragon,
the guy said. Thanks. Can I ask you a question? I said.
Not sure why,
he said. I guess that was a yes to my question. Then this guy turned to look at me. It was horrifying. This guy's eyes were like two large white orbs that had been thrown into his eye sockets, but somehow hadn't managed to go all the way through his skull. It was like these moistened half-white circles had just lodged into his face, leaving him with this constant, overly exaggerated look of surprise on his features. Stretching out from his bulging white eyes, there was this webbed, cracked-looking skin, like when glass has been shattered when something has been thrown through it. But the skin looked like skin, and not slick and hard as glass does. It was disconcerting, and I jumped a little when I was finally facing him. "Who are you?" I said. This guy looked toward the window again. He smiled, and his teeth were not the normal white color. Do you know how teeth are separate from the gums? At least that looked that way anyway. There's a distinctive pinkish color and then there are teeth. Well, this guy's teeth were completely different from any other pair of teeth I had ever seen before, because his gums were gray and they were stretched down the length of his teeth until they were just at the very end. You saw these opaque beige daggers. His smile reminded me more of stubby fingers with sharply pointed nails at the ends more than they did of teeth.
"Matter doesn't. It does, really,"
this guy said. He talked so bizarrely, I considered the possibility that he might be mentally challenged somehow. Maybe he escaped from where he was staying. Perhaps his family is missing him. I'll have to look into it. "Kinda does," I said.
"Why?"
The guy turns to look at me.
"You don't who you are even know."
I looked away. He's not threatening, just the opposite. He's very mild-mannered in his actions, but his face, there's no other way to put it. His face was a nightmare. I just couldn't force myself to look at him for more than a moment at a time.
"It's okay, understand I. I'll just here out looking."
And he turned to face the windshield again. "I don't have any money, if that's what you want," I said. The weird guy just laughed.
"No, want the money, I don't need your..."
"What?" I thought to myself. Then there's a knocking on my car door window. It's Mr. Kruger, and he was rubbing his hands together to stay warm. I rolled down my window, and white gusts of cold air appeared from his mouth as he talked.
"You still here, Calder?"
"Yeah, I just, And I looked over to the strange guy sitting in my car, but he's not there anymore. Mr. Kruger looks at me confused.
"Just what?" "It's getting late, Calder. Your wife just called me. She's getting worried about you. You forget your cell phone?"
"What? It's only..." And I reached in my pocket and looked at my cell phone. Man, it was already 7:30 p.m. There were 3 missed call alerts and messages. I was supposed to have been home over an hour ago, but that's impossible. I just got out of work and haven't been in this car more than... How long had I been out here?
"Are you feeling all right, Calder?"
said Mr. Kruger. "Yeah, yes. Yes, sir. I must have just lost track of time, that's all. The phone must have been muffled in my jacket. Didn't hear it go off." Mr. Kruger gave me a concerned smile.
"All right then, I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you call the wife. She sounded pretty worried. Happy wife, happy life."
And he waved at me and turned to head back into the store. I returned the wave and then rolled up the window to the car. I looked over and thankfully the strange guy still wasn't there, but I did happen to notice the passenger's seatbelt was still fastened. Shannon wasn't very happy with me when I called. I apologized and told her I was sick. When I finally got home, I went to bed early. I woke up later on that night in a dead sweat. That's unusual for me because I never sweat. I was freezing, the cold air mixing with my drenched skin. Shannon apologized because she hadn't believed me about being sick, but one look at me and she changed her mind. Not sure if I would consider the condition I was in good luck or not, but it helped ease the tension of me being so late and getting home. A little bit anyway. I took a hot shower hoping to warm up a little bit. It didn't help. I went downstairs because I knew I was keeping Shannon up. I didn't want to add her not getting a good night's rest to the growing list of my sins against her. I went downstairs into the kitchen and I fixed myself a cup of coffee. If I'm going to be awake anyway, I might as well stay warm and awake. At least as warm as I can get anyway. The coffee was good, and right after I took a sip, I suddenly heard a noise in the basement. I ignored it. It was probably just a house settling. Then I heard it again, but this time the sound was a little louder. I decided to go downstairs and check it out for myself. I clicked on the light to the basement and I walked down the stairs. When I reached the bottom of the steps, I saw him there. I should have been scared because there was an intruder inside my home, but I wasn't. It was that guy again. The weird guy from the car, and he was inside my home now. He was just standing there in the room in a weird spot. When you stand in a room, some spots feel like this is a good area to stand. The middle, or at least near the room center. But this weird guy, he stood in the spot in the room that made the least sense. Near to and facing just slightly towards the back wall. "What the hell are you doing here?" I said in a whispered yell.
"Here for you this time again. I've been waiting for long time, you for,"
the guy said. He turned and that thing he called a face just made me look downwards. "I'm sorry. This is my house. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Then I looked up and the guy who was standing about 5 feet away from me before was suddenly standing right next to me.
"Let's leave, yes. Me with. You back me with. Need go to."
"Back where?"
"To belong you not here, don't you? You don't."
"Alex?" said Shannon. I turned to face my wife. She looked so surprised. I guess I would too if I found my husband standing in the middle of the basement talking to a weird guy. Except that's not what Shannon saw. She saw me talking to nobody. And it seemed that I had said some things I don't remember. And to top things off, I had said these things in words that she didn't understand. I only remembered the little exchange that I had with the weird guy. It was only a few sentences to my reckoning. She had watched me talking for almost 5 full minutes to myself before she said something to me. I blamed the incident on me waking up in the middle of the night, which I never do. I said I must have been half awake or half asleep. Take your pick. Add to that being sick and, well, I said anything I could think of so my wife wouldn't think I was crazy as a shithouse rat. I think it worked. At least she let me believe my excuses worked, with good reason. Shannon was still properly annoyed with me in the morning. I promised I'd make it up to her and I went to work. The day went fairly well. I made a couple of sales and there were no strangers in my car after work. Things were going better. I took the kids in that night. Shannon and I went to bed and then I began to dream. I dreamed I was at my mom's house, and I went down into the basement where the refrigerator was. I wasn't in 1987, though. It was the present day because I could see that I was wearing the clothes that I had gone to bed in. I was wearing my old Weezer t-shirt left over from my college days, pulled over a long-sleeved knitted shirt and checkered flannel pants. "Alex?" said my mom. I saw she was in her bedclothes, too. "Yeah?" I said casually. "What on earth are you doing here, sweetie? Are you bleeding?" Then I suddenly realized I wasn't dreaming. I was standing in my mom's basement staring at the refrigerator I had almost died 26 years ago in. I was so cold I could barely move. I looked around and was surprised to see bloody footprints on the basement floor. I followed them from the outside door over to where I was standing, and I saw that I was fixed to the floor in a pool of my frozen blood. From the crimson puddle, slightly frosted with ice, a small blood trail led towards the drain that sat in the middle of the basement floor's walkway leading towards the fridge. I looked back over and saw that the window pane had been busted out the basement door. I must have broken it, turned a deadbolt, and I must have cut my feet on the glass when I walked inside. Even if I hadn't cut my feet on the glass, if I had walked the 3 blocks to my mom's house barefoot, which I'm pretty sure that I had, I'm sure my feet hadn't been in that good a condition to begin with. I don't remember doing any of that though, and I'm not exactly sure how long I'd been inside my mom's house. However, it was 4 a.m. by the time I made it back home. I was cold too, colder than I think I'd ever been in my entire life. That's saying something. Shannon wasn't very sympathetic to my situation though. She was more than pissed. She was furious. I didn't know what to tell her. I said I guess I'd become a sleepwalker. I didn't go back to bed because I didn't trust myself. How could I? I had built up enough vacation days to take some time off from work, and Mr. Kruger was fine with it. I did some work I'd been putting off around the house for the next few days without any more incidents with strangers and refrigerators. Shannon and me, we just chalked it up to the stress or something like that. Everything seemed to go back to normal. I had one more day off to go from my time off at work, and I knew just how I was going to spend it, by not doing anything. I don't think I'm going to even get out of bed. Shannon was at work, the kids were at my mom's house, and I woke up around noon. I never slept this late, and I noticed I had a big smile on my face. You don't know how rare it is when you're growing up, rest that is, because you get to do that when you're young. You get to rest all the time. Married and almost 40, you hardly ever get 1 second of your day that isn't planned out or scheduled. It's constant. It's sometimes brutal, and admittedly, I like it most of the time, the structure of a routine that is. Maybe I had been stressed out because I felt so good getting up from that deep sleep. Then I look over and my smile disappears. I saw the strange guy standing beside my bed. He was looking down at me. His head was held at an angle, and he smiled at me with those weird finger-like teeth.
"You come with me, need to,"
he said. I don't know. I was in utter despair. I had felt so good. Why was this guy ruining my life? Why was any of this happening? I was beyond mad. I was incensed. Get the hell away from me. Get the hell out of my house. I reached out to push the weird guy away, and it was like trying to move a car with the parking brake on. I was at least a head taller and 50 pounds heavier than him, but he wouldn't budge. He didn't react to me attacking him at all. If he had eyelids, which I never saw any indication that he did, I don't think he would have even blinked.
"You come with me, need to,"
he said again. "Who are you? What are you?" I said. And he looked at me like he all of a sudden realized something that had never occurred to him before.
I was before who, and I what I am have been always."
Oh, thanks for letting me know that, I laughed. Realizing he wasn't getting his messages across, he tried a different tact.
You were before you not, and you are not were supposed what you to be.
I could swear there was some sort of pleading in his disgusting wet white disc that he tried to pass off his eyes. If there was supposed to have been some sort of understanding to have passed between us, it was beyond me. I had no idea what was going on. I dropped my head into my hands to think for a second. All I knew was that I wanted this guy out of my house and out of my life. So I decided if I can't beat him, I'll join him. At least that is until 5:30 before the wife and kids get home. "What do you want me to do?" I said. I raised my head and the guy was standing at the doorway like he was waiting for me to follow him. I got up from bed and I do just that. I followed him. When I reached the doorway, the guy's gone. Then I looked down the hallway and there he's at the stairs. Then he kept doing this. Every time I got near him, he would show up where I needed to go. Then I realized he was leading me into the basement. When I get to the kitchen, I saw him there at the top of the doorway to the basement, and then he disappeared. I walked over, looked down, and he was there at the bottom of the steps waiting for me. Except for this time, he was not looking at me. It was like he reached the bottom of the stairs and he just decided to stop. He was staring straight forward facing the far wall. Then, without looking at me, the weird guy raised his left arm and he pointed to his left. I went down the stairs warily, not sure what he had been pointing to when I reached the bottom of the steps. The guy was not there anymore. I looked to where he had been pointing and then I saw the refrigerator from my mom's basement. The refrigerator that had almost killed me when I was a child was now inside my house somehow. I heard the voice in my head. My brain absorbed thoughts, and then I realized it was Kenny. Kenny had been the strange guy the whole time. At least in some weird, strange way, like everything else about Kenny. He let me know he couldn't walk around like a refrigerator, but he could walk around as a fetcher. That's what he called the strange guy that he had been, or what he had used as a vessel to communicate to me. Kenny let me know that he wanted me to climb back inside of him so we could finish our trip. I reminded Kenny that our trip hadn't gone so well the last time. Kenny let me know that there was a reason for that, but it was not his fault. Well, I wanted Kenny to let me know whose fault it was if it wasn't his. Kenny let me know it didn't matter because we needed to finish our journey. I let Kenny know that he could take a trip straight to hell, but I wasn't going anywhere with him. I walked back upstairs. I decided I would take the damn refrigerator, this cursed appliance, not back to my mom's house. No, I'll just get her a new one from where I work. This is it. I'm taking this thing to the dump, to be rid of it forever. I would tell my mom that it was cathartic or something like that. After some effort and a possible hernia, I finally loaded Kenny onto my truck. Then I saw my stepdad driving up in my driveway with my mom in the passenger seat. I could tell she had been crying. Oh, this should go swell.
I knew it.
My stepdad yelled as he jumped out of his truck.
I knew you'd stole it, you crazy bastard.
My mom got out of the truck.
Barry, don't.
She tried to reason with my stepdad. Look, I can explain, I said. Then my stepdad pushed me.
What's wrong with you, Calder? Who in the hell steals from his own family?
He pushed me again.
Can you answer me that, you sumbitch? First you break into my house, and then you steal my refrigerator.
I could tell he had been drinking. It seemed me not being at home to fetch him his beers hadn't slowed his thirst down. My mom must have been getting them for him now. Easy, I said. I didn't steal the refrigerator.
No, of course not. There's no way you could have done that. Oh, but wait. What do we got here in your truck? No, this ain't no refrigerator. Margaret, this here is just a dishwasher. Oh, crap. Well, damn if it isn't. It is. It's my refrigerator. But that can't be because Calder said that he didn't steal it. But here it is. What's going on? Is this me? Is this my life?
And my stepdad waved his hands up in the air in an exaggerated motion. Look, if you must know, I was getting Mom a new refrigerator as a surprise. I lied. Sort of. My stepdad walked back up to me. He was starting to piss me off, even if the circumstances were pretty damning. I could only take so much abuse, though. I'd taken enough abuse from this asshole in one lifetime.
You listen here, Calder,
my stepdad said. My name is Alex.
Well, Alex, you listen up. You listen real good. This here,
he pointed at the fridge.
This here refrigerator doesn't get replaced by you because it's mine. And it's not your mom's. It's mine. Do you understand? It doesn't get replaced by anyone but me. You hear me, Alex?
I wanted to smash his face in. But I held back like I always do because my mom was standing right there. I didn't want to escalate the situation any further. And besides, he was right. It was his refrigerator, not mine. Even though I hadn't stole it, at least not willingly. I just admitted that I had. Well, I'm sorry, Barry. I didn't realize that the fridge meant that much to you.
Well, now you know, Calder.
And he got that smug little grin that showed his yellowing teeth from under that dust broom mustache he sported. We got the refrigerator unloaded from my truck. Then we loaded it back up onto Barry's truck, and my mom and Barry took it back to their house. Good. It was gone, that's all I wanted anyway. Before they had left, my mom apologized for Barry like she always did. If I had a penny for every time she had made an excuse up for him blowing up at me, I would never have to work another day for the rest of my life. Shannon came home with the boys. We ate, and we all went to bed. I didn't tell her about the refrigerator incident or Barry. I didn't want to worry about her any more than I already did. I guess I had been sleeping for a while when I suddenly woke up, and I saw Jacob, my 8-year-old, standing beside my bed.
Daddy?
He said as he rubbed his eyes.
Yeah, what is it, bud?
Where's Joshua?
He's sleeping, bud. He must have had a bad dream, that's all.
Where?
In his room. Your guy's room. Kids always worrying about nothing.
But he's not there.
I sit up. I'm awake now, and Jacob has my full attention. What do you mean?
Josh, he's not there.
I jumped out of bed and I rushed inside the boys' room. Jacob was right. Josh, my youngest, he's not inside of their room. Then where the hell is he exactly? Shannon came around the corner and she stood inside the doorway of the boys' bedroom.
What's going on? Where's Josh?
Said Shannon. I don't know, but it's okay. We're going to find him, I said. Did they believe that? I hope so, because my heart that was pumping my body full of adrenaline wasn't so sure. Jacob, what happened? Did you see where your brother went?
No, I woke up to go to the bathroom and he wasn't there.
We searched the entire house. We called out Josh's name. We looked everywhere, and then I saw him. The weird guy was there. He was standing at the top of the steps of the basement. No is all I can manage. No. I screamed inside my head. I went over to the kitchen door that led down into the basement, and the weird guy disappeared as soon as I reached the door. I rushed down the stairs, and there was Josh, who just stared at the wall where the refrigerator had been earlier today. Josh! I yelled out in relief. I hugged him, but he didn't hug me back. I turned him to look at me. His limbs were completely posable, like a mannequin's except for his head. He still just stared out at the wall in a trance-like state, seemingly unaware or completely ignoring my presence. Josh, what's going on? Man, you gave us a scare.
Daddy, go you two there.
Josh said. What?
go you to there?
And he pointed towards the wall. I looked back and I didn't see anything, but then I did. It was like a film projector burning an image onto the wall from the other side. It was this futuristic purple metallic city, just like the one that I had seen the first time I met Kenny.
So beautiful, like, go I?
Josh said. Then I saw the strange guy there, the fetcher. I think that's what Kenny had called it. And he just looked at Josh and me. As he moved his mouth, my son Josh said exactly what he said.
You need to go too. I go make you sometime soon,
said the fetcher and Josh at the same time. You bastard, I said to the fetcher.
Go or not do, but go you, son, instead go. That like, will you?
I got it. It was just good plain old-fashioned blackmail. I guess no matter what universe you're in, if you care about somebody, it can be used against you. The message was pretty clear. If I didn't go back with him, back inside the refrigerator, Kenny, he was going to take my kid, or somebody else I cared about, in my place. Fine. I'll go. Are you happy now? I'll go. Just leave my family alone, I said. The fetcher smiled his weird finger-like tooth smile, and he stepped back into the shadows and just seemed to disappear. The vision of the futuristic city disappeared too, and then I heard Josh.
Dad?
Yeah, bud, it's me. I turned him in my arms so I could look at him. He looked fine. He looked normal again. I noticed all of a sudden that I was crying, but they were tears of relief instead of fear. Shannon and Jacob came downstairs and none of us said anything for a while. We all just hugged. It was one of the nicest moments of my entire life, as well as one of the worst, because I felt like this was the last time I would probably ever get to be with my family like this again. Everyone went back to bed. Everyone but me. How could I sleep knowing what I had to do next? I wrote Shannon a note, and I told her the truth about what had been going on with the refrigerator, Kenny, and the fetcher. I'm sure everyone would believe I had had some sort of psychotic break after it was all said and done. Who knows? Maybe they would be right. Guess we'll find out. But at least with the note, the boys will know. Shannon will know. I did this for them. They'll know that I hadn't just killed myself in the refrigerator just to kill myself. No. They'll know what I did, in my crazy delusional mind anyway, was in an attempt to save them all. I went over to my mom's and Barry's place around 2 a.m. The window to the back door of the house had a piece of cardboard over it from where I had broken the window pane to get inside the other night. I pushed the cardboard in. It was only taped there, with some duct tape. Then I reached in, turned the key in the deadbolt from the inside, and I let myself in. It was a full moon, and the light shining in from the outside made it easy to see inside the basement. Even with the lights off, it didn't matter either way. I knew that basement inside and out. I could have walked it blindfolded if I had to. I closed the door, and there it was, the refrigerator. Kenny. I looked around and I didn't see the fetcher anywhere. Then I walked over, opened up the fridge, and I was surprised to discover that it was not cold inside of the fridge, and there was no light emanating from out the bottom portion of it. There was also no giant eyeball encased in a big block of ice inside the freezer. I closed the door, and then I looked around at the back of it, and I saw that the fridge was not plugged in. I knelt to plug the refrigerator back in when I suddenly heard the sound of a shotgun being racked. A chill ran up my spine because I knew who it was. Barry.
I knew you'd be back, you crazy sumbitch.
I stood up and saw Barry pointing a shotgun right at me.
Yep. Get them hands up, boy.
I raised my hand. Barry, this isn't necessary.
No, see, I disagree. I say this is very necessary.
And Barry walked over and pointed the shotgun right up to my face. What are you doing? I sputtered.
I'm probably gonna blow your damn head off. That's what I'm more than likely gonna do, you piece of shit.
He wasn't kidding. I could see it in his eyes. You're going to kill me over a refrigerator?
No. I'm gonna kill you because I've wanted you dead from the first day I met you.
I don't know what to say. It was all so confusing. What? Barry just laughed.
Man, you mean you don't know? I thought you figured it out messing around with the refrigerator again after all this time.
I just looked at him confused as ever. He took the gun away from my face slowly, and then Barry swept his leg over a nearby wooden chair in dramatic fashion. Then he sat on the chair and leaned his chest against the chair's back. He kept the shotgun leveled at my chest the whole time. Then he just sat there and looked at me with a smug smile on his face.
You know I was in Nam. I was there for 2 tours of duty, and then I eventually made my way back here.
Oh, great. It was Barry's famous "I was in Nam" speech. Wish he had just pulled the trigger and get it over with. At least it would be less painful.
Oh, that's right. You don't like to hear my story about Nam, do you, boy? Yeah, you and your kind that never had to do anything like that get to sit around all day and take for granted everything that we did and piss it all away. Well, you gonna listen to this because it concerns you, and we all know how sport kids like you get all of a sudden interested in things once it has something to do with them. Now don't we?
Barry, let's just talk about...
Shut up! I'm talking here, you asshole. But then, you never listen, do you? You think you so smart, so clever, that anything I have to say, well, it doesn't matter. Well, you weren't so clever when you almost ended up dead in that refrigerator, were you now? You still don't know how you ended up inside that refrigerator. But I do. And if you would just shut the fuck up for once in your life, I'm gonna tell you how.
So I did. I shut the fuck up for once in my life.
When I got back from Nam, I was in and out of the VA hospital. That's where I met your mama. Pretty thing she was. Your daddy had died and she was having a rough time of it. So I asked her out and we started dating. Everything was perfect. And then that's when I found out about you. I hated you. From the first time I ever set eyes on you, I could barely stand to look at you. But I thought to myself, you got a good woman here, Barry. Don't go messing this up as much as you do with everything else in your life.
As he talked, it was like I wasn't even inside the room. His shotgun started to drift downward. Maybe this could be my chance. Then Barry must have sensed what I was thinking, and he leveled the shotgun back up at my chest, and he steeled his features in my direction again.
Well, you know what happened next. Your mama and I got hitched, and I tried to make it work. I tried to be a good stepdad to you, even though I couldn't stand the thought, much less the sight of you. But you were always going on about your daddy this, your daddy that, and I could tell that every time you did that, it just upset your mama so badly. But you made a mistake, because when you upset your mama, you made me upset too. You see, Calder, every time you opened your damn mouth about your damn daddy, I could see the pain well up in your mama's eyes. And you see, the thing is, what I didn't know was when she looked like that, was that her just a feeling bad for her little boy? Or was it because she was still in love with a dead man 6 feet in the ground? Do you know what that's like, Calder? Do you know what it's like to live in the shadow of another man's life?
I wasn't sure if the question was rhetorical or not, but the man holding the shotgun at my chest told me to shut up, so I went with it. Turns out I was right.
No, you don't know what that's like, but I do. I knew it every damn time you had to bring your dead daddy up again. So, I had enough. And I remember that there was this drug that one of my buddies had told me about that those black pajama-wearing bastards used to use on the POWs. Yeah, it's called Melanthral. Completely illegal in the state. Hard as fuck to get. What it did is it made it so you could interrogate a prisoner where they could feel all the pain, but it froze the body to where they couldn't move, except for their mouths for some reason. Yeah, it also kind of put them in a partially one of them, what you call it, one of them hallucinogenic states. That's it. The best part is it's nearly untraceable in the system after it's been used.
My eyes widened at this.
Yep. So my buddy owed me a favor, and he got me some. That day you got trapped in the fridge over there.
Barry nodded to Kenny.
I had fixed your lung, and I had put some Melanthral inside the sandwich I fixed for you. Yeah. Then I asked you to go fetch me a beer. Figured it had been enough time to go through your system. Funny thing was, even in your messed up condition, you were talking about, can I go see my daddy? You'll take me to my daddy?
I'm pissed at his casual attitude about almost killing me, and I started to walk towards him.
Easy, Calder,
said Barry, and he raised his shotgun with both hands.
No need to get shot right now. You're going to die soon enough, trust me. I'm almost done here.
I stepped back to where I was standing before. Barry was too far away for me to get to him without him pulling the trigger first anyway. One blast from that shotgun and what was left of me would be sliding down Kenny in red clumps.
Yeah. Well, now you know the rest of it. That's what happened. I put you in the fridge to die, but then your mama come home early that day and had to go and mess the whole damn thing up. You see, she had forgotten her key that particular day and couldn't get into the house from the front. I wasn't home to let her in because I had walked over to the store to fetch some beer, so I would have an excuse as to why I wasn't there when you got inside the fridge.
He was so proud of himself, thinking of everything.
So your mama, she broke into the window of the back door, just like you did the other night to let herself in. She knew I'd be pissed off about breaking the window, and so she decided to grab me a cold one from the damn refrigerator. Just figured I was passed out in my chair when I hadn't answered the door. And that's when she found you, and she called the paramedics. I thought I was done for when I was walking back home and found out you were still alive. But then you come up with your crazy-ass story about that stupid eyeball thing in the freezer and the other dimensions, going to see your dad and shit. And well, that just saved my ass from any attention from being flung in my direction.
Then I saw a pair of white orbs floating in the darkness, and I realized that it was the Fetcher. He was standing right behind Barry. Barry followed the direction of my gaze.
What the hell you looking at?
He looked back right at the Fetcher, then back at me.
You see things there, don't you, boy?
Said Barry mockingly.
There ain't nothing there. You know that, don't you? You one crazy son bitch. There was always something not right about you, Colder.
Well, enough of this guy. I think I knew everything now.
Mom!
I yelled.
Mom, it's me! Come down here!
Then I smiled at Barry confidently. Barry looked back over to the stairs, then back to me, and shook his head in disgust.
You think you pretty smart, don't you? Well, sorry to spoil your little plan, but I still have some melanthro left. Use it all the time when I need to go out and do something and your mama gives me some lip about it. Your mom's sound asleep on the stuff. Hell, she might even be late for work tomorrow.
Barry got an angry look on his face, and then he kicked the chair that he was sitting on out from underneath him.
All right, enough talking. Time to get this over with.
And Barry aimed a shotgun at my head.
I'm going to enjoy this. Go ahead. Open it up.
What?
Open the damn refrigerator up and get inside.
Why?
So you'll die. Except for this time, I'm standing here and I'm going to watch that door to make sure you don't ever come back out again. Least until you're dead, that is,
said Barry with a smirk, and he motioned with the shotgun for me to move towards Kenny. The Fetcher just stood there the whole time watching and finally said,
We go take man this instead.
I don't know what the Fetcher was talking about like usual, but my mind raced for anything to stall Barry. The fridge, it's unplugged, I said desperately, looking over my shoulder.
Thanks for telling me. I'll get it later.
He motioned with his shotgun to move forward.
Look on the bright side, Colder. At least you won't be cold when you're in there. We both know how you hate that. Now, get inside the damn fridge.
The Fetcher walked in front of Barry, who still didn't seem to see him.
We go take man this instead.
And the Fetcher pointed at Barry.
Go, now,
Barry yelled.
I'm losing my patience with you.
I reached the door, and I started to open it. And I began to see a light come out from the fridge as it opened.
Think you're so smart, college boy. Thought you said that fridge was unplugged.
Good. He saw it too. Maybe I wasn't so crazy after all. So I opened up the fridge and jumped to the side, shielding myself with the door. And that intense light that glared out from the fridge back when I was a kid was 1,000-fold in the darkness. Barry screamed out in surprise and fired both barrels of the shotgun. But I was behind the refrigerator door, and I was not hurt by the shotgun blast. I jumped out from behind the refrigerator door, screamed, and rushed towards Barry. I tackled him with my full weight landing on top of him, and I just started beating his face into the ground. I hit him the way you hit someone you've wanted to hit your entire life. Hard, and with a suppressed rage that felt good to unleash on an enemy after so much time. I hit Barry, connecting as hard as I could at least 3 times on the face, I think I heard his nose break on the third punch. Then Barry dodged my next blow, and my fist hit the concrete floor. I screamed out in pain. I think I broke at least 2 fingers, and Barry took his shot while I was distracted with my pain. He hit me as hard as he could in the stomach. I toppled over in ridiculous mind-numbing agony. And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, Barry stood up and kicked me twice more in the stomach. It was impossible to focus because you think you've had the worst pain you were ever going to experience with the first blow, only to be proven wrong twice more from the subsequent blows. I laid there on the floor, unable to move. The beams from the fridge were so intense, Barry just looked like a moving silhouette, and I couldn't distinguish his features, but I could hear his voice.
Not bad, Colder. Not bad at all.
Then he kicked me 2 more times in the gut with his boot. I think I blacked out for a second or 2 from shock.
Well, not good enough, though.
And he grabbed my feet and started to pull me towards the fridge. As I was being pulled, I saw the drain that was in the middle of the floor, the one where my blood had been flowing down into just the other night. I flipped the small drain cover and played out, and I embedded my fingers inside the hole in the ground. I had to use my left hand because my right hand was so badly injured. Barry kept pulling, but we didn't move forward. Each time he pulled at my legs, it stretched my stomach out and shot pain throughout my body. But I had a firm grip on the drain opening, and then Barry saw what I was doing. He laughed.
You're really showing me something here, Colder. Yeah, maybe if I knew you had such survival instincts, we could have gotten along better. Yeah.
I looked up and I saw the fetcher there. It looked at me with its wet white moon eyes.
We go take man this instead.
Then all reality shifted and the world turned vertical. And suddenly I was hanging from the hole in the ground, and the light from behind me exploding out from the refrigerator was sucking all reality in from behind me and downward into Kenny. I felt something grab my leg. I looked down and it was Barry.
What the fuck is going on?
I barely heard him. The sound of all reality going down and into the fridge was so loud and forceful that it was hard to hear what he said. Barry's added weight was too much for me to hold on to the drainage opening. My fingers started to slip out. I was trying to focus all my thoughts onto holding on to that one last bit of reality. The last thing that I felt was real, but the pain from where Barry had kicked me made it too hard to focus. My fingers didn't hold. I began to fall, and with it went my last connection with the world I used to know. Then I felt a hand grab mine. It was the fetcher. He looked at me with this strange, horrific face, but at that moment in time, it was the most welcome sight I had ever seen. I couldn't tell what he was holding on to that was allowing him to just stand there. Somehow, the mini black hole that the refrigerator was creating from below was not affecting him. The suction from the refrigerator continued and grew stronger. Barry was still holding on to my leg, refusing to let go. Suddenly, his features started to stretch, distorting towards the direction of the refrigerator. The suction from the fridge continually got stronger with each passing second. I didn't know how much longer I could hold on to the fetcher's hand. Suddenly, Barry screamed out. His features, his soul, whatever the essence was of this thing called life, peeled out layer by layer from his being. Barry's fingers, which were worn down to a skeletal state by now, eventually lost their grip from my leg. In an instant, his body exploded and then dispersed into ash. And what remained of Barry got sucked inside the refrigerator. As soon as what was left of Barry hit the inside of the fridge, A thin light pierced the seams of the door as it shut, and then there was a muffled explosion from within the refrigerator. Then reality rearranged itself back to normal, and the world was horizontal and level again. I was standing there with my hands out, and I looked to thank the fetcher, but he was gone. I hobbled over to the fridge holding my stomach, and I opened it up. It was empty. Somehow inside myself I knew it was all finally over. I would never see Barry, Kenny, or the fetcher again. I don't know how I knew this, but I did. I walked over to the back of the refrigerator and I saw that it was still unplugged. I don't know why in the world I did it, but I plugged the refrigerator's cord into the wall socket, and I felt the cold air start to flow as it began to cool the fridge. I left the door open and stood in front of the refrigerator, letting the cool air hit my skin. You know what? It felt good.
Everyone knew Sebastian Clark. Hailing from Ireland, he was a famed psychotherapist, a philanthropist to the community, a motivational speaker, and a devoted husband. So when word got out that he would be offering a free seminar on taking charge of your life again, the seats were full in less than a day. Rumor had it that Clark had set up a new office in the city and was also allowing any who attended to fill out applications. Supposedly, though, he only tackled the extremely difficult and unorthodox cases, the ones that other therapists simply couldn't handle, the ones that some shunned or turned a blind eye to. On the afternoon of September 19, 2019, what Dr. Clark didn't know was that by opening his door to the unknown, he would never be able to shut it again. And that was thanks to Adrian Brenner. Brenner sat in the back of the auditorium, listening as the therapist began his speech. The entire audience hung on every word that was said, Brenner included. I want you to take a moment and look around the room. Go ahead. Pause for a second and think about how many people are here trying to regain their sanity. They're your neighbors, your friends, your co-workers, your lovers, your family. Until you got into this room, you were strangers. But now you're a part of something bigger than yourself. This place is a place of safety, of healing, of rebirth. You aren't alone anymore in your problems, and it's only by working together that we can overcome them, Clark declared. A round of applause got things underway as Sebastian continued to explain how our human mind can trick us. We like to believe we're in control of our lives. It's that sense of self that helps us to wake up in the morning, go to work every day. But there is so much beyond our grasp that we can't fathom, and that can be frightening. We didn't get to choose our parents. We didn't get to decide our culture, our race. There are literally hundreds of these decisions made for us before we can even take a breath of fresh air. So truly, the only sanity we can manage is the kind we make. We have to have some mastery over our fates. And we can, once we accept this fundamental truth, the man said. The seminar went on to explain how feelings of rage and anger were just our body's way of fighting for freedom, and how that once we learn to live within our means and to aspire for realistic goals, we can have peace. Adrian loved every minute of it, but he didn't think that it would cure his own restless mind. Once the 3-hour event was over, people lined up to get a signature of Dr. Clark's book, All in Your Head, and Brenner couldn't help but smirk at the title. Given what he was afflicted by, he thought it to be ironic. The 30-year-old stood in line patiently like the rest of them, but he was already convinced that Clark would be able to help him when others could not. This was his last chance at a sane life. Finally, he stood face to face with the great man, who quickly autographed one of the leather-bound books and passed it to him. Brenner nodded in thanks and stood there for a moment, struggling to find the right words to say. "Is there something else?" Clark asked pointedly. Suddenly he froze. Unable to speak or react, he grabbed a pen from the table and scrawled a note into the book before passing it back to the doctor. It was his hope that this unusual behavior would spark the therapist's interest, and once he finished with the note, he ran off to the bathroom to calm down. "It's going to be fine. The doctor is going to help you," he insisted as he gave himself a pep talk in the mirror. His reflection didn't look as confident as he was attempting to sound. For a long moment he stared at his own image, trying to figure out which side of the glass he was actually on. Then he saw it, just out of the corner of his eye. Immediately he smashed his fist against the glass, panicking and shattering the shards into his skin as he ran from the restroom. Outside, Clark was waiting. He nearly collided with the doctor, who had actually been in the process of trying to find Adrian. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked pointedly to the note in his book, and then noticing the broken and bruised hand that Brenner was cradling. "Please, you're the only one I know that can help," Adrian insisted. Sebastian called out to a few of his staff to come help the man and bandage him up. Clark didn't confirm anything about whether or not he would schedule the man a session, but Brenner could see it in his eyes. The doctor needed to know more. It would eventually consume him until he had no choice but to arrange a meeting. Sebastian Clark did not have many friends. His career was his life. He would spend long hours in the office compiling notes, trying to help the people that came to him, but often forgot about himself. Having empathy for others often comes with a great expense to oneself, and Dr. Clark paid that price tenfold. First and foremost, with his marriage. His wife became distant and despondent, angry that he would often work late to try and finish up a thesis, or he would have to volunteer for a suicide watch. But she would also always claim that she understood. It was a sacrifice they had to make. Eventually, though, time eroded her forgiveness, and she requested a legal separation. The marriage needed more fixing than any of his mentally broken patients. It caused him to nearly give up, but Clark chose to give in and try the separation. Maybe the old adage of distance makes the heart grow fonder would work in their case. This is why he came to the city, to try and rekindle whatever he had lost with Elaine, and to figure out what was going on in his own head. It wasn't working, though. He was beginning to lose sleep and not eating properly. Sometimes he also forgot to bathe, and some would whisper that he had gone mad. And maybe they were right, because when he came to the city, that was when he started having the nightmares. At first he thought that perhaps they were just part of his subconscious, dealing with the separation from his wife or handling the move. But as they became more vivid, he began to consider that maybe he was wrong about that. Maybe the dreams meant something else entirely. This is how things would play out when his insomnia took shape. Sebastian would be a child again, perhaps 6 or 7. He would wake up in his grandfather's vineyard, the one he often would spend his summers at in Ireland. The smell of the grapes and the butterflies would instantly attract him, and before he knew what was happening, young Sebastian would be chasing them here and there across the fields. It always would start off so pleasant, but it would never stay that way. Often, as he got closer to his grandfather's house, he would see storm clouds. A crack of thunder would stop him in his tracks and force him to look at the sky. A brilliant bolt of lightning would smash down from the heavens and split apart the tree he often climbed. and in the midst of the destruction he would see a shadow, an ominous figure that had to be at least 10 or 12 feet tall. The figure would move slowly from the destruction of the tree, almost as if it were hunting for something or someone. It was hard to describe precisely what the figure looked like, for the mists often made it difficult for young Sebastian to see. But one thing was certain. This was a monster of every sort of nightmare, with iron claws that could easily rip him apart, and a metal axe that could sever him in two. The creature's only purpose was clearly destruction. Perhaps most hideous of all, the beast had no head, and the blade it used to cast judgment upon others was sharp and bloodied, a clear indication that it had purposely dismembered itself. Why, the young Sebastian could not be sure, but it did seem to give the monster a sense of its surroundings more than any normal vision might, as though this act of self-harm had imbued it with a magical strength. Fear seized him in that moment. To run and hide was an impossibility, but he still tried. And even though the nightmare did not move with speed, he always felt its presence. It was always going to find him, and every pace he made to escape only caused his own body to age and deteriorate until at last the inevitable occurred. The axe would be upon his neck, and the creature would swing it high and finish him off. Only the shriek of his alarm would keep him safe, and he would wake with cold sweats. What if one time the blade fell down on him? Was it possible to die if he didn't wake? At first he thought that couldn't be possible. After all, it was just a figment of his imagination. But that changed when he met Adrian Brenner. It was after a seminar, and he was signing books dismissively, thinking little of the events of the day. He was eager to return to his hotel and to spend the night drowned in bourbon and paperwork. But then this stranger took his attention. He wasn't there for an autograph. He needed help. Ordinarily, Sebastian would always let his secretary handle these appointments, but since the office was still new, he thought having an open invitation would work best. And it did. By the end of the day, he had nearly 300 new applications, but none caught his interest as quickly as Adrian Brenner. All it had taken was one word scrawled hastily on the book that Adrian had passed back. Dullahan. The name of the ghost that he had been trying to ignore. The name he could never remember but always lingered at the edge of his mind. And Adrian Brenner knew about it. And Sebastian Clark had to know why. Their first session was on a Thursday. Dr. Clark had cleared out his entire afternoon to talk with Adrian. He got there about 3:30, a little later than expected, but it was clear that the middle-aged man was nervous about how everything would go. The doctor tried to make his office as serene and calming as possible. Having worked with other patients that were far more manic than Adrian, he figured it would be enough. I don't really know where to begin, other than I wish it had never started. It's been part of me for almost a year now, constantly harassing me in my dreams and even while awake, always looming and getting closer. Adrian told him as he settled down on the couch. You haven't been sleeping properly. Clark guessed, and the other man only nodded. I used to have a life, a career, a family. Heck, Doc, I guess I was just like you, working at a big law firm, helping the less fortunate. I didn't figure I needed anything from anyone. I made my own luck and climbed that corporate ladder all by myself. So why would I even think that anything would slow me down? I guess that goes to show exactly how much of a fool I am. A pompous, idealistic one at that. The doctor could already tell that Adrian preferred to talk to himself, so he carefully chose which moments to interject. I was an accountant, had a good amount of clientele that came to me for advice over the years. It paid well, too. I devoted so much of my time to that job, I thought that I was making an impact. But then the Dullahan showed up, and everything changed. Brenner explained. Tell me when you first started having the dreams. Sebastian told him. Dreams? Oh no, sir. These are experiences I have while I wake. Vivid hallucinations of that headless monstrosity that follows me everywhere I go, Adrian blurted out. The therapist stapled his fingers together, clearly intrigued by this concept, and asked for more details. I wish I could rightly say what started it or even when. It's been happening so frequently I haven't been able to rightly focus, to give these muddled thoughts the attention they deserve, but I'll try. I can at least trace back to the first instance I recorded. Adrian offered. Sebastian was taken aback to see that the man had compiled at least 4 months' worth of reports on the hallucination, including locations and time of day. This is an impressive catalog, he said. I just want to make them stop. I don't care what it takes. Hypnotism, radical experiments, drug trials. I just want my life back. Adrian reiterated. This is going to take some time for me to go over. Maybe we should have a sit-down in a week to go over this, Dr. Clark suggested. Brenner was already feeling relieved for coming, and thanked the therapist for taking the matter so seriously. He even went home that evening and got a peaceful night's rest, unaware of the fact that he was passing on a curse to another unsuspecting party. Clark scoured the notes once he returned to his hotel room, looking over the different places that Adrian had been visited by the spectre, and then chose to draw up a map. Slowly and carefully, he was seeing a pattern emerge and noticed that the Dullahan was using traditional structures, almost as if it were studying and methodically hunting the younger man. As a hallucination, it was very intuitive and strategic, for Brenner's notes would always highlight that he thought he could outwit the ghost, only for the Dullahan to find a way to become a looming persona in his life. Dr. Clark assumed, of course, this was merely an aspect of the poor man's delusion. He has made this fantasy so elaborate it has become impossible to distinguish from reality, Clark thought sadly. As the hours wore on, he couldn't help but to also visualize the encounters with the monster, and he decided, despite the hour, to try an experiment. 3 times in the journal, Adrian reported that he saw the Dullahan near to the park at night. Somehow, Clark wasn't sure that the recurring location was a subconscious way of projecting some past trauma, so he grabbed a coat and went to investigate. The park wasn't far from the shoddy hotel Clark had been calling home, perhaps a 19-minute drive. Since traffic was light that night, he made it there in only 13. According to Adrian's journal, the Dullahan approached him near the bridge that separated the eastern part of the park to the west. The encounters were always at night, and the creature would often attempt to kill the poor man while he was trying to catch a smoke. Clark was already forming theories in his head about what was causing these delusions as he walked briskly against the winter breeze. Perhaps Brenner was experiencing guilt over the addiction to nicotine, and the Dullahan was a symbol of his subconscious desire to break the nasty habit. Or it could have stemmed from the stress the accountant was undoubtedly experiencing due to the myriad of business deals that he was likely in charge of. As he stood there and looked back across the park toward the bridge, Sebastian second-guessed even coming. The waking vividness of the nightmares that Adrian was experiencing couldn't possibly occur simply because of a set time and place, and certainly the phenomenon wouldn't happen to him. Still, though, the therapist wanted to see for himself if anything would actually happen, so he stood there against the bridge and kept waiting. The night was quiet. Not even the insects made a sound as he searched the empty park for any sign of life. It almost felt supernatural. But the Dullahan did not come, and Dr. Clark became certain that the creature was nothing, well, more than the sad, fractured hallucinations of a broken man. The next time Adrian came for a session, Dr. Clark had prepared notes on possible treatment plans that could assist the young accountant with his delusions. Medications that he planned to prescribe were at the top of the list, along with printouts and notations on alternate routes they could explore. I want you to review all of this with an open mind, Mr. Brenner. We can make real progress to treat this disorder head-on if we work together. We have to be on the same page. Sebastian insisted. Adrian said nothing as he took the notes and reviewed them. His hands were having slight tremors, which at first the doctor assumed was being caused by the pain or insomnia that his patient clearly felt. A moment later, though, Brenner surprised him and started to rip up the documents. "What are you doing?" Dr. Clark asked in shock. "I thought I had a chance coming to you. I thought you'd be different than all the rest," Adrian snarled, tossing the papers in the therapist's face. "This is nothing but a farce. You think I came to you for pills and to be coddled? My life is on the line here. I'm being pursued by something far worse than any normal treatment can possibly help. I need to kill the thing, not pretend it doesn't exist." Brenner snapped. He stood up, prepared to leave, and Clark tried to calm him down. "Surely you recognize how utterly ridiculous that sounds, Adrian. First off, I'm a man of medicine, not some mystic. My methods are practical. I've helped hundreds, perhaps even thousands, with disorders just like yours. I thought you, of all people, would understand that this isn't merely a disorder." Brenner snapped back. Sebastian balked at that, tilting his head slightly, and commented, "What do you mean by that statement?" The accountant looked at him with only contempt and remarked, "Don't try and deny it. I knew from the moment that I saw you. You've had the same vivid nightmare haunt you." Sebastian held back a retort, even as Adrian nodded with confidence. "You can't hide from it, Doctor. We're connected somehow. The Dullahan has chosen us for a reason." Clark's mind was spinning, trying to bring the conversation back to reality. "I tell you what, let's make an agreement. You say that the Dullahan is in pursuit of us? For whatever reason, there must be some merit to confronting the beast. Then let me propose this. We meet tonight at my hotel and together attempt to make contact with this headless monster. If it's as threatening as you claim, then we should seek a way to dispose of it together. What do you say to that?" the doctor responded. He was expecting Adrian to back down from the preposterous idea. But the therapist should have known better than to wager with a man that had nothing to lose. "What's the address?" Brenner asked. It was too late to back out now, Sebastian realized. But perhaps this could finally give the poor man some way to find relief from his delusion, he reasoned. "I'll email it to you shortly. Be there around 8 and we can face our demons together." During the interim hours of their next casual appointment, Sebastian decided to research the history of the legendary Dullahan. By finding all the different theories and origins of this myth, perhaps I can discover a way for both Adrian and myself to rid our minds of these vivid monsters, he reasoned. The Celtic tales varied from website to website, but a few general features stuck out. Perhaps what was most well known was his headless appearance, and there were many stories that suggest how he lost his head, one of which being that he was a soldier in his previous life and had his head taken from him in battle. His roaming has been depicted as him searching for his lost head for all of eternity. However, some stories suggest that he already had his head, and that he rides with a darker purpose, believed to be so bitter about his own death that he searches for other souls to take with him to the afterlife. Sebastian remembered that the creature was commonly portrayed as either riding on the back of a black horse, also headless, or riding a black carriage that is pulled by 6 black horses. But neither of those seemed to feature in the nightmares he and Brenner were experiencing, so he moved on. Many of the legends circled around how the monster was meant to be a warning of some kind, telling all to stay out of the Dullahan's path. No locked gate stays closed when he approaches, bursting open to let the Dullahan through. As he makes his way through towns and villages after dark, the people hide behind their curtains because if anyone were to look at him, they would be immediately blinded or far worse. This he causes by slashing their eyes out with a whip made from a human spine or by throwing a basin of blood into their eyes. The site said that the nightmare had the ability to speak only once on a journey, and that is to say the name of the person whose life he wishes to take. Once the Dullahan states this name, that person's soul is called to death, and there is no defying this call. Sometime during the wait, Dr. Clark nodded off, imagining this ferocious creature chasing after him fervently. As much as he wanted to confront it, the terror he felt any time the Dullahan was near was too great to ignore. A knock on his door startled him awake, and he led Adrian into the messy apartment, wishing that he had never even researched all of the grisly details of the monster. "You've seen him recently?" Adrian asked. Sebastian didn't really bother to deny it, and instead encouraged the stranger to sit and got them both a bottle of wine. "I think we need to figure out exactly how we can summon it," he remarked. "And how to kill it?" Adrian suggested. "The research I found is unanimous of that. Destroy the head," he said, dismissively, as he opened the curtains to the hotel balcony to let in the cool night air. "I've never seen a creature carrying a head, have you?" Brenner whispered. "No, but again, I've never entertained the idea that the monster might be real." "Then you will be his victim," Adrian said decisively. Sebastian chuckled at that, as the 2 men shared wine and some snacks. Clark was thinking about his wife, how he could be with her now instead of here. "I've done a lot of wrong in my life," he admitted as they let the night pass them by. "Do you believe the Dullahan is aware of our sins?" Adrian asked. "I think it's a manifestation of our guilt," Sebastian admitted. "My wife Olivia warned me this job would take me over, eat away at my soul. It's become my every waking moment for so long, I honestly don't know what I would do without it," Clark explained. "But you seem so well put together, calm and conservative," Brenner said. "I think your co-workers likely said the same thing of you before you let this obsession get the best of you," Dr. Clark remarked. The young accountant smiled and looked toward the window, but then his expression changed to one of horror. "Don't look. He's here," Adrian said in a faint whisper. Sebastian resisted the impulse and decided to play along. This was, after all, what he'd hoped would solve the problem. "What does he look like?" the therapist asked. "Tall, dark, very strong. A cloak as black as night. An axe that is ready to rip you limb from limb." He shivered. Adrian stood frightened and was about to run when Clark snapped. "No! We said we would confront it together, and that's what we will do." "I can't. No, please," Brenner said as he began to sob. He has chosen you, Sebastian Clark. He demands your soul tonight," Adrian said. "My soul? If it even exists, I gave it up for this job long ago," he said dismissively. Sebastian finally turned around, unsurprised to see the balcony was empty. Then, suddenly, Adrian tried to push him toward the edge. The doctor let out a yelp as he twisted about and tumbled, narrowly avoiding the ledge. Adrian Brenner was not so lucky. He fell over, crying out in surprise as he gripped the balcony and hung on for dear life. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he asked in shock. But something else had also gone terribly wrong in a short burst of regression. Adrian's shirt was tightly wrapped around his neck, suffocating him as he clung to the rails. "I'm sorry, Clark. I'm sorry. I didn't want it this way, but it's fate. We're destined to meet." The accountant sputtered even as his doctor tried to save him. Then Sebastian saw something else in the man's eyes. An evil that lived there, a need to kill, and he hesitated. This was all for show. You never saw the Dullahan at all. You want to take on its charge and take the souls of those you don't think deserve them, Clark realized. Then another, darker thought crossed his mind. Who are you, really? Olivia told me how you treated her, casting her aside like garbage. I couldn't let that continue, not while you sat here in your penthouse, drinking wine and ignoring her, Brennan said as the strangulation got worse and he couldn't breathe. Of course, only Olivia knew about the dreams, Clark thought. He knew he could press charges, perhaps even convict his wife if he could prove the two were involved. But instead, Sebastian Clark made a human mistake. He watched as the life faded from Adrian Brenner's eyes and his neck snapped from the tightening noose of clothes. Then, as his body became limp, the noose became so tight that the man's head was severed from his body, causing it to tumble toward the swimming pool below first. It all seemed to happen in slow motion as Dr. Clark watched, stunned to see that in a bizarre way Adrian had become the Dullahan, his separated body and head floating eerily in the water below. The next morning, Sebastian filed a report claiming an assault by Adrian and also called his wife. It's finally time to sign those divorce papers, was all Clark said. It made him feel like his spirit was being crushed at the finalization of it all. To think that she hated me this much to finish me off, he thought as he came into the office next day. Dr. Clark, I was just about to call you. You have a patient waiting, his secretary said as he arrived. My schedule was clear today. Did you tell them to come back? He asked. I think he was here before. I was. I didn't bother him, sir. I just saw him sitting in there, the secretary said as she gestured toward the office door. Sebastian sighed and entered, wondering who was bothering to interrupt his day off. Then he froze as he saw the familiar face of Adam Brenner, except that this time the face was no longer attached to a body, but merely cradled at the side of the man's torso. The severed head had a terrible appearance, covered in rotting flesh that gave off the strong odor of rotting cheese, with a complexion of stale dough. His mouth was split into a terrifying grin, almost as if Adrian was finding joy in becoming the Dullahan, and taking the life of others like Clark. His eyes lit up with an evil fire as his body stood, and his free hand pointed a gruesome broken finger at Clark. It's all in your head. It's all in your head. It's all in your head. The doctor mumbled again and again as he tried to not tremble in fear. But even the most imaginary of evils can cause the most real harm.
With her sledge held under one arm, Cassandra battled her way up the slope. Halfway up, she paused to rest against the frost-crept trunk of a crooked birch and stood, listening to her torn breathing, the soundless hush of the fields below filling up with snow. "Come on," Stephanie called back, a flash of red winter coat swallowed up by the plum gold light leaking over the crest of the hill. where birches jutted like splintered teeth in the underjaw of some gigantic, sleeping beast. Breathless with cold and haste, Cassandra hurried after her. Where the trees stood, their skeletal branches clawing at what she could see of the sky with spider-leg angularity, the dimming light of sunset was burning away a steely gray skiff of cloud, as though the sun had touched some flammable corner of the heavens, and, in doing so, had set the entire firmament ablaze. The icy astringency of the birches filled her nostrils as she ascended up the trees. When at last she gained the crest of the hill, she thought, for a dizzying moment, that she'd emerged out into Greenland or Antarctica, those boreal terrains that void the edges of the varied world. From the summit, she could see for miles the shiny gleam of the railway tracks bisecting barren fields, winter trees bent back in starker silhouette, like a race of ancient giants laboring across some primordial glacial plain, and the snow-embattled outline of the edge of town beyond, a small metropolis capped by ice and winds. All of this presented as if in a globe of glass, each and every flurry subsequent conjured up by the shake of a grandmother's palsied hand. Stephanie was grinning, her blue Fair Isle bobble hat pulled low over her eyes and brick-red roses glowing in her cheeks. "Last ride?" she said, staring off at the snowy still life where it lay spread out below them. A flock of blackbirds hung in the sunset, small, desultory M-shapes scribbled into the crocus-colored eye. Snow seesawed down like flakes of paint, scraped from the ceiling of the world. Cassandra tried to think. Were there tree stumps on the slope? Or fences? She was still thinking when Stephanie said, "Cassie, look!" There, cutting into the field from the farthest edge, curving slowly, car by car, with its louvered black chimney spouting steam all along the fiery rim of twilight, was a train. And not just any train, a steam train, a true locomotive. The engine exhaled a long, thin, grieving whistle that floated over the white snow and echoed up into the white sky. Cold, dead, gone like a moribund breath. "Whoa," said Cassandra, her own breathing shoaling palely about her in a billow of dragon smoke that fogged the air. And then there came another sound, a ghostly jingle-jangle that almost reminded her of sleigh bells. But the bells were so faint, so faded by distance that a moment later she was sure they must have only sounded in her overactive imagination. It was nearly Christmas, after all, and for a 9-year-old girl, Christmas was still a pretty big deal. "Look at the cars," Stephanie pointed, her plastic sledge forgotten at her feet. But Cassandra had already spotted the colorful harlequin designs painted across the sides of the cars. Sure, she couldn't quite see them from that far away, at least not properly, but she could make out enough of the rich and colorful bedaubings to receive a vague impression of the scene depicted on their wooden sidings. A sleigh, massive enough to rival a Roman chariot, pulled a team of equally enormous reindeer, and attended by lively green and red figures whose spindly arms were thrust upwards, proffering bulging sacks or gaudily ribboned boxes, as if in pageantry or praise. And, mounted atop the sleigh, a hulking, murrey-clad brute, bearded and Zeus-like, abundant clouds of a bleak December afternoon, the flaccid cone of a stocking cap undulant across the wood, and imprinted onto it bright as a brushful of paint. "Do you think it's like a circus or something?" "Maybe." Cassandra stared at the strange train as it continued its centipede crawl across the stunned fields, the breeze razoring all about her cheeks and tugging softly at her pale, unbraided hair. Even from this remote perspective, she could hear the harsh iron thunder of the wheels across the tracks and the angry bellow of the engine, and what she couldn't hear, she could well imagine. Open boilers roaring with hellish reds and leaping photoelectric oranges, scarlet flowers limned with steely ultramarine like the flames of a well-fed fireplace in winter. Gigantic furnaces, ravenous for dark, tumblesome mountains of coal. "Come on," Cassandra started, then glanced at Stephanie, who was already slogging her way down the long, snow-choked slope of the hill to where it tended gradually into a gentler gradient. And here she halted. Before Cassandra had even passed through the rugged palisade of birches in their funeral shrouds of white, her friend was gone, sledge-bound, leaning backwards for balance as she slewed down slope to the quilted snow, the red of her coat picked out with startling technicolor vibrancy, a droplet of blood runneling into a gaping inundation of white. Cassandra followed. Possessed of a kind of weightlessness and what seemed to be a complete and utter denial of friction, almost an anti-friction, she hurtled in a graceless rush down the sloping hillside, clinging to the pole rope with both hands, and eyes slitted against an onset of frozen air and powdery snow that sandpapered her cheeks and forehead until she was sure her features must have been worn smooth to a faceless mask, like names on a weathered gravestone, forever erased. Now she was plunging flume-wise into the newly shaken heart of that cold snow globe, and as she skidded to a halt not far from where Stephanie stood, swatting snow from her coat and jeans, she saw that the train, a thing portentous, had stopped in the middle of the suddenly tenterhooked field, as though someone had shorted its circuits. Silence descended, but a palpable silence, like a pianist playing a piano whose strings have been cut. And then, hollowing out this abrupt abeyance of sound, came the faint jingle-jangle of bells she'd first heard at the top of the hill, haunting their way across the field and through the winter gloaming as first the hazy amethyst terminals of sky, and then the train itself slipped into the blue penumbra of a swirling vortex of snow that seemed to rise from the ground like vapors. And at the same time, she noticed something else, something worse, that sent a shudder shuttling straight down the staircase of her spine. The figures on the side of the train, whose bestial qualities she'd failed to discern from a distance, but now, up close, with their bony forelegs and scruffy torsos more closely resembled upright animals mimicking mime artists, while others bore the uncanny trappings of limp-limbed dolls or puppets fused with flesh. Those figures began to liven. Then they began to move. They grinned at her from wooden sidings that seemed now more like the glass of a fish tank, jostling and crawling over each other for prominence as they seeped out of the wood like pus from a suppurating wound. This Punch and Judy mob of semi-human nightmares gathering pound-like on the train car's somehow distending surface. Something that could have been a hare, albeit one with the curved black fossil claws of a lizard, bared its yellow teeth at her. A clownish figure with a bright, ceramic face pranced beside it, capricious garb twisting in a mass of molten colors. A tall, conical dunce's cap hove into view, followed by the drooping triple peaks of a jester's hat. And then the snow engulfed her, engulfed them both, engulfed the field and the hill and the bony frieze of birches standing sentry at its summit, and swallowed up in its cavernous gullet the train and its attendant menagerie, miswandered out of a demented taxidermist's dream. Everything around her was howling snow. She dropped the sledge and threw her arms across her face to use as a shield as she staggered towards Stephanie, who stood out as barely more than a blob of red beswirled about by white. By an avalanche, minus its mountain. "Steph!" Cassandra stumbled, nearly fell, and seized Stephanie's arm just as the jangling of bells began anew, louder now, and all around them. A disorienting ordinance of sound, 1,000 tinkling melodies composed and performed and lost forever. Lost to that ivory gloom. A swift flutter of movement inked the hoary canvas of blizzard. From out of that infernal whirling maelstrom, an angular shadow, with an almost absurdly oversized head, approached, growing rapidly in depth and definition like an image on a screen, solidifying incrementally through a sandstorm of static. It was at once the shadow of a person, someone in a mascot costume maybe, with long ears spearing skyward from its massive head, and the shadow of some herky-jerky puppet, strutting across a stage in a ridiculous yet eerie pantomime of tiptoeing. Something springy and light on its feet. Her mind dredged up an image of a ballet dancer, leaping wildly to absent music, a marionette jerked gracelessly about by a fistful of string, first this way, then that. A vicious gale of high-pitched laughter rang out bright as the edge of a knife. The laughter became a moan, which in turn became a whine with eagerness behind it. A horrible, phlegm-gloved gurgle. The wind died down then, collapsed almost instantly to nothing. A brief entr'acte in which the noise of the bells frayed the moody silence that followed, and the girls huddled closer against one another, their hearts seeming to lag a beat behind, or else gripped by sudden habitude by the ropey veins that bound them, as the snow opened like a theater's velvety curtain upon the dreadful act at its darkened heart. Heather closed the cash drawer and glanced at the on-screen clock. 6:15. She sighed. Even through the closed doors, she could still make out every word of Band-Aid's seminal Christmas hit, a muted roar she could more feel than hear, booming endless and looped through the shopping center's speakers, as if time itself were spring with "Do They Know It's Christmas?" twisting backwards down the coil. As if all of Dante's hells and torments had been distilled and recast in that single fucking song. Making her weary way across the sales floor to the back office, she caught sight of her reflection in the silver depths of a convex mirror, positioned at the end of a dim aisle defined by the looming outlines of half-empty shelves of bonneted animals and glassy-eyed dolls, tumbled and scattered about like refugees of some terrible disaster, harrowed survivors with their thin little limbs outflung, asprawl, their furred and powder-pale faces staring shell-shocked at each other and at her. A sign above the aisle read, "Welcome to Paradise," with a painted bundle of primary-colored balloons clumped beneath the gentle arch of the letters. She took a moment to study herself in the mirror. Messy blonde hair with a couple of inches of dark brown roots sprouting through, flat, lusterless eyes and careful makeup barely disguising a face crinkled with exhaustion, and a black apron faded to gray, with a small round badge that read, "Hi, I'm Heather," pinned to the front. "Yeah," she whispered. "Welcome to Paradise." After she deposited the day's takings in the safe and checked the following week's rotas pinned to the corkboard on the office wall, she recrossed the sales floor, lanyard in hand, and finally, swiped her clock-in card along the groove of the till. For a few seconds, she just stood there, staring at nothing, at the foily red and green garlands looped among the ceiling lights, the ravaged shelves and mauled displays of Lego sets and action figures, cardboard stands demolished, Christmas trees knocked down, trampled, baubles broken, crushed. All of it like the aftermath of some fearsome battle between countless armies with a penchant for the season's commodities. Entire garrisons of petulant toddlers and entitled parents, the shock troops of this invading force, at war over the latest holiday special Spider-Man. The sound of a scream punctuated her frowning abstraction, snatched away to silence almost as quickly as it had begun. Well, she thought unkindly, almost managing a smile. At least somebody's having fun. Down to the locker room to get her coat and then back across the sales floor and out through the front entrance. As she was locking up, fumbling her keys with their multitude of key rings back into her coat pocket, she realized abruptly, and with something akin to joy, that the music had stopped. Then she frowned. There were voices. A whole host of voices rising from the center's lower level, layered and indistinguishable, babbling over one another like an eager stream over a bed full of pebbles, all trying to talk at once. She walked along past the neighboring bookshop, its dim window display of artfully arranged bestsellers dusted with artificial snow. Then, the lingerie store with its female mannequins, placidly benign despite their smooth enameled contours having flaked away in countless places to reveal the yellowish moon flesh beneath, and so on past the shuttered ice cream parlor and down the escalator to the bottom floor. It took her a while to weave her way to the heart of the crowd, and when she did, she came upon what, at a cursory glance, could have been another mannequin. One that had fallen far from some sentimental Christmas scene or perhaps door duty at Santa's grotto, paid minimum wage to keep the kids at bay. But no. The longer she stared at it, the quicker her perplexed intellect lost all grip on its rented idea of the thing's identity. The lithe human form was clad in baize-green breeches and an olden tunic of tattered and faded felt, or what Heather took to be some kind of felt until her vision resolved a fine crazing of dark cracks in what must actually have been horribly ancient, leathery skin. A wizened pelt of moss or lichen cloven to kindling wood bones. A long tail, sinuous and plated, as the tail of some audacious chimera, roaring lion-jawed in Homer's antique verse, lay strewn about its feet like a lifeless whip, without any hand to wield it. Its legs, thin as a pair of stilts and angled somewhat goat-like at the knee, ended in what appeared to be the gore-encrusted remnants of a pair of curly-toed winkle-picker boots, ingrown to the creature's feet. And its head. No, she could do little more than spare a brief glance at that lumpy, ill-formed visage, that misproportioned interpretation of what might once have been a human face. Heather? She bent down in a shriek as a hand clamped her arm. Phil stepped up beside her, adjusting his silver spectacles higher on the sloping blade of his nose. He was wearing an open denim jacket over a red polo shirt stitched above the pocket with the words, Ed's Book Barn. He had a sort of dry, musty smell about him, but not in an unclean or unpleasant way. More of an end-of-the-day smell of books, a subtle effusion of print and pages and paper. "Sorry," he said, releasing her arm. I didn't mean to frighten you. I mean... Oh, shit. trailed off abstractedly, staring past her at the person, the monster, on the ground. Oh, it's someone fucking around. Heather shook her head, but even her voice sounded tentative and unconvinced as she tried to stuff the word monster back in the box it had come from. She scanned the crowd for familiar faces. Manny? Hey, Manny! Manny glanced around but didn't seem to notice her. She was just about to call again when he turned his head and found her. He had a walkie-talkie in one hand and was holding it a few inches away from his slightly parted lips, a heavy-set statue, chiseled in an attitude of indecision. She gave him a look that said, "What the hell?" But he simply shook his head slowly a couple of times, his mouth impacted by a mass of words unspoken and unspeakable. Before she could say or do anything else, a half-choking, crystal-sharp shriek lacerated the muted confusion of the crowd, attenuating to a wretched crescendo that dragged every fearful gaze towards the source from which it emanated. Backed up against the railing of an overhanging seating area on the upper level was a woman in a cantaloupe-colored overcoat, her dishwater blonde hair falling in ringlets about her shoulders. One moment, she was there, screaming like some latter-day banshee, and the next, she was over the railing, with the scream stuck in her throat, like a piece of food she'd swallowed and which had choked her to death. And between those two moments, in a span of seconds that were simultaneously subdivided into small eternities and the shortest thing that ever was, Heather had glimpsed something. Real or imagined, she wasn't sure what. A man-shaped shadow, but with a mouth like a shark's painted red. Already some people were backing away while others advanced cautiously towards where the woman had fallen with a sickening crash, among the pronged mob of a coffee shop's upturned chairs. Gone now to that province of eternal dark and inexhaustible sleep, of which none alive may speak. A land of perpetual twilight. An endless autumn, sculpted with winter frost. Heather? Heather! Phil was there, tugging her backwards away from the unraveling knot of the crowd. His eyes were very wide behind their gleaming lenses, and he was breathing so fast he sounded on the verge of hyperventilating. A few errant flakes of snow floated down from some high window open to the breeze, and somewhere beyond, whisper faint yet traveling with the exigent clarity of a minister's voice in a spacious church, came a spirited clashing of bells that seemed to engender a change in the atmosphere throughout the place, to gray the very air, and perhaps the listeners' souls, with the chill of winter. "Come on," Phil said in a strangled voice. "We gotta get out of here. Heather, come on, we gotta go." They half ran, half stumbled past the darkly drowsing shop fronts as, behind them, a voice began to scream. "Oh God," it said. "Oh please, oh God." And then the sound was taken up by other voices, bright, freezing shards of fear, like the torturous keening of some demonic choir not intended for human ears. Heather's inner stream of thoughts, now as ill-freighted with muddled detritus as a swollen river in the wake of a flood, had led her to the conclusion that Phil was steering them towards the rear fire doors at the far end of the center, the ones that led out onto the eastern edge of town. "Heard someone scream," he panted as they lurched awkwardly along. I just locked up and I don't know what happened. Just heard someone say it got hit by a car and came in here to die. They slowed to a halt before the fire doors, semaphored by a diluted green glow that seeped down from the sign above. "Hey," Heather said, hauling in a ragged breath. She grabbed Phil by one shoulder and turned him towards her. "Hey, listen, back there, when she... Oh, fuck. Did you?" Something moved in the opaque, reflecting glass of a vacant shopfront off to their right. Heather whirled around, caught sight of something thin, pale-skinned, and decidedly rotten-looking that seemed to be gyring about in a manner that reminded her of a saturnine street performer she beheld as a child. A ghoulishly articulate figure, whirling and leaping in the dank, odorous gloom of a London underground pedestrian tunnel. And its head was encysted with myriad unshut eyes. The lower half of its face grotesquely distorted by a clown's red grin, stuffed with razors. An outsized mouth smeared on the belly of a bloated balloon. She'd had her ears attuned to the screams, but now she noticed a new sound. A sort of metallic, whining timbre that rose to a hoarse, grating speech as the dancing thing drew nearer. Everything seemed suddenly touched by sepia, a subtle graying of their environs, which, she realized with a ghastly sensation that yanked her stomach inside out like a sock, was frost. Glittering crystals forming rapidly on walls, windows, planters of faded plastic foliage, an icy mica sheen fanning outwards and crawling over everything like the slow-moving seep of some noxious cloud of radiation. Her confusion was gone now, swept to the back of her mind like shards of a broken plate by an icy touch of terror, finger-walking its way from the pores of her scalp to the tips of her toes, threatening to smother any lingering sense of rational thought or reason in an immediate suffocation of panic. But of the countless impressions lost to that sibilant spring of darkness, one of them snagged a corner of a plum and told her, quite firmly, that she needed to move, to get as far away as possible from this spreading gray void of winter. With her heart going like a hammer on steel, she turned and dragged Phil with her, and together, they crashed through the fire exit, the push bar already covered in a thin, icing sugar glaze of hoarfrost, and spilled out into an abyssal nothingness, utterly bleak, a howling zoetrope of ice and dark and snow. When Cassandra saw the first of the streetlights reared against the vacant street, like some sinister contrivance of ice and aluminum, or perhaps some insectile emissary of the cold, isinglass stars dispatched to know the race of men, and so assess their worth as specimen or provender both, she did not linger, but simply ran on into its snow-flecked cone of hazy, yellow radiance. She glanced back once, a gesture reminiscent of Lot's ill-argued wife at Sodom, and saw, at the limit of her meager field of vision and where it tended away to a hazy prediction of snow and shadow, the leaping motion of a spindly form, a pallid blur that gathered itself low to the ground before rising again, to vanish through a crack in the crumbled Sistine vault of night. She was crying, and some small part of her brain, unoccupied by fear, thought it a wonder that the tears tracking her cheeks had not frozen there, like jagged grooves and ridges, delineating the facial features of some ancient Aztec mask. Her side was stitched with pain because she'd never run this far or for this long, not even on sports day at school, nor in all the summers she'd passed in play. The rows of houses facing out on either side of the street clock past half-blurred and spurious as cardboard stage props that might at any moment be yanked away into darkness. Each house a family, gathered about the dinner table and thus bastioned against the otherworldly weathers and their otherworldly freight. Each family a communion of unbroken normalcy in reality that Cassandra could no longer share. Interpreted by terror, outdoor Christmas decorations loomed ominous and surreal in the property's attendant gardens. A trio of frost-locked reindeer with shredded fur and rusty wire ossature showing dully through. An inflatable Santa Claus already losing his air, melting into a more protean guise, which might well have dripped mercurial from the tip of Dolly's fabled brush. Next, a snow-heaped nativity whose swaddled Christ was a bristly, tattered gremlin, stained the color of a smoker's teeth, and presided over by a Virgin Mary, herself nun-like and palely vampiric in the icy red blush of a string of fairy lights, flickering spasmodically along the shingled roof of the old bay window, all of it dishing and shuddering with Cassandra's bolting steps, the night itself strangled by a silence that seemed almost unreckonable, as if she had trespassed into a world no longer her own. But on she went, left, right, along a little narrow fenced-in cut that ran behind an old, neglected allotment where sheds and greenhouses had fallen afoul of time's ineluctable predations, and where snowflakes dodged through gaping holes in prolapsed roofs. She had compassed herself for home, but now, abruptly and almost against her own volition, as if heeding perhaps some primal ingrained urge to go to ground, she found herself squeezing through a rip in the rhombus-shaped chain-link fence and scurrying down the nary-kept plots of barren tillage, batting her frantic way through clashing gardens of stalk and stem, or else ducking past vine-crept portcullises of cane leached pale as those horrid contrivances the eldern races of men did fashion from the bones of their enemies, and also the bones of their dead. Crashing up against the side of a rotten shed, she span, breathing hard, to scan her dark surroundings. A sparse harvest bleared and veering through tear-filled eyes. Wire fences, branches whittled bare by winter winds, the softly sifting hiss of falling snow. Telephone wires stitched the farther night, a gloom-soon tapestry of black trees and rooftops and tall brick chimneys. A crescent moon hung cocked and slightly askew, like something suspended on wires. A yellow eye narrowed in. There. Her eyes darted back with barely enough time to register a blur of motion as a perfect black silhouette flung itself off the gable of a neighboring house with the unnatural, disjointed agility of a figure in a stop-motion film. What she'd glimpsed of the form had suggested long, prehensile limbs, like those of an orangutan or chimpanzee, as well as a chalky impression of a hairless hide surmounted by the scruffy black head of a wolf. She never even heard the thing land, but she heard the bells when they rang. Their lively dissonance echoed hollowly through the paralytic silence of night, over brittle nettles and dying plants, frost-slain ferns and branches de-leafed by purest cold, echoed against the grimy glass of greenhouses and the blackly rotted boards of sheds and tool stores. The dread she felt at hearing that sound. Here, alone in this place, was like ice water syringed deep into her veins. She shrank against the side of the shed, as if in doing so she'd somehow escaped the notice of what she knew was coming, or else through sheer force of will might cipher herself away into some occult sanctuary of shadow. And as a ravenous cowl of hoarfrost crinkled the withered corpses of unkempt weeds and grass, and as a sour scent came into the air, as of food and other things gone bad, all she could think of was Stephanie, and the train, and a shriveled hand the color of a magician's glove, with knitting needle fingers that had painted the white snow red. The wind blew gritty and razorous out of the mouths of alleys, shipping the snow with a saw-toothed edge that cut right through your clothes. It transformed your immediate surroundings into a near-sighted blur and made everything beyond a matter of conjecture. Bells jangled in the empty streets. Horrible figures in bright, baggy habiliments slouched around the corners of buildings, emerged quietly from the depths of night to scuttle on all fours up vertical walls like spiders that sought only a way in. Other figures pranced in the murk. Their garb was that of traveling performers clad for the stage, or sad-faced pierrots with sharply pointed dunce's caps. If you squinted hard enough into the snow, you'd likely catch glimpses of pale, painted and ceramic faces, yellowed teeth, rouged cheeks, long furred arms and loping canine legs. Waxen nightmares enacting a dreadful, rattling pantomime. Clack, clack, clack would go their icy wooden parts against one another as they cavorted there on that stage of snow-bounded dark. Clack, 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 accompanied by the phlegmy gasps and dreadful rattlings of monstrous things groping their way fro and back. Clack, 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 fro and back. Heather and Phil hid in the alcove and waited breathlessly for whatever dark thing was passing to pass. It moved in utter silence, save for that faint, unearthly carolling of bells, a sound that stiffened every step of her spine to ice. She stared fixedly at the wall's scabby facade while that unknown something shuffled past the mouth of their hiding place. She glanced away once, when out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of what looked like long, black hair, trailing across the snow-locked pavement. Then, she saw a colorless china or porcelain hand with heavily chipped fingers, hanging at the end of a thin arm tightly bound in colorful cloth. Then, the hand vanished. She stared at the wall for a while longer, noting every nick that pocked its icy surface like holes in the body of a sponge, until she was sure the hand had gone for good. Her heart thudded like a gavel, She could hear Phil beside her, breathing hard like a sex offender outside of a school. When she glanced back at the entrance to the alcove, she saw in the snow a wet furrow of slop or slime that you could have ridden a bicycle down. A slug trail, bereft of its slug. Her mind immediately set about trying to piece together a picture, but the hand, the hair, the trail in the snow, none of it seemed to lock into place. They were the corners of a jigsaw puzzle of which she was missing the middle. This isn't real. Heather flinched, snapped from her discomposed reverie. Phil was pushing himself woodenly to his feet. "I'm dreaming this," he said in a matter-of-fact tone, glancing out at the ephemeral curtain of snow skirling past, dissolving, reforming, shrouding the street like fog. He turned back to her and smiled and readjusted his spectacles on the bridge of his nose. "And I must be dreaming you, Heather. Or maybe you're dreaming me. That's really the only way to explain any of this." A conceit of calm acceptance touched his features. His breathing slowed, leveled out. Yeah, I must be dreaming. What other diagnosis is there?" "No," Heather said, slowly shaking her head. She tried to rise, but the muscles in her legs weren't working. They felt numb and leaden with cold, like a pair of legs hewn out of granite. Phil took a step towards that, out there, and then stopped. He took off his spectacles and carefully folded the arms closed and tucked them in his trouser pocket, as if he'd rather remain ignorant of the finer details of whatever might come to confront him, or whatever it was he himself sought to confront. In her mind's eye, and not unlike a grainy film playing out on a darkened screen, Heather saw again, with horrible, lucid clarity, the twirling figure, the colorless hand, the trio of oddly shaped silhouettes they'd snuck past just minutes before, and which had appeared to be comprised of the backwards bending legs of flamingos and the busty torsos of two tall mannequins that narrowed hideously at the waist. No, Phil. But by the time she was on her feet, he was gone, taking the final step he'd been poised to take, and then, slow as a somnambulist, measured as a man in a dream, letting his legs carry him away into the veil of white. Vanished. Gone. As if he had never existed at all, or else had been transmuted to powdery dust and whirled away like a handful of nothing by the bitter, uncaring wind. For a while there was a dead silence. Even the night seemed to be holding its breath. Then came a scream of such unbridled terror that it almost shattered all the glassy parts of self that Heather was still holding together. It was a truly awful sound, unlike any a human's vocal cord should have been able to produce. A high-pitched yet coarse giggling followed, the snickering laughter of guilty children, indulging their appetite for violence. Any courage or impetus that had carried her this far seemed to blacken and draw, like a corner of paper touched to a flame. If she heard anything more of that laughter, she suspected whatever selvage kept her sanity would fray or unravel completely. Or perhaps, she thought, it already has. Her fear began to dwindle then, or more accurately, it was numbed away by the very real possibility of her own imminent demise. And what did it matter? What else could she truly do? In the midst of this, the world suddenly transformed into a climate of phantasmagoria, a nightmarish disillusion of the concrete and real, confronted by such mutant ultimatums of fate. She supposed that the best she could do was to be an active participant in her own demise, and not to perish as a dumbstruck voyeur to whatever imminent doom might come her way. Through the darkened streets she wandered, beneath a Medusa night's whirl of stars, like remnants of some enormous fossil, embedded in the ceiling of that lightless, cosmic cave. She moved past snow-mounded gardens and crooked gates, past doors shattered and doors hanging from their frames and lighted windows that betrayed only the aftermath of the hectic struggles enacted within, and past cars parked curbside, seized to icy immobility. Occasionally, a vague silhouette would move through the crystalline beam of some streetlight or the semi-luminescent glow of a storefront. Ill-proportioned apparitions her brain refused to catalog. Awful, wasted figures, slumped beneath the weight of lumpy, bulging, overflowing sacks. At one point, she came upon a dismembered arm that must have belonged to a life-size puppet or marionette, hanging suspended by silvery wires that glistened like strands of spiderweb played out among the branches of a skeletal sycamore tree. The fingers of that wiry appendage had clenched themselves closed, then reopened at the sound of her passing. Near a street corner, not far from the edge of town, she sensed, more than she saw or heard, the presence of something uncanny, approaching out of the snow-sick night. Taking refuge in the shadowy cape of a stairwell that clung to the side of a short parade of shops, she strained her eyes at the murk of the street and listened as this premonitory thing drew closer. An almost incorporeal scraping sound grew louder and louder, resolving itself into a squalid groaning as of the unoiled hinges of some medieval cart or carriage. But this was immediately overcome by another noise, an infernal tinkling of bells that seemed to envelop the night entire, a discordant glockenspiel rising out of the grayness, and then, suddenly, she could see the huge, whelked horns of some enormous beast. But it was not alone. There was another, a whole team, their size and form diminished by tones of snow and gloom. Next came a corpulent figure sprawled in its wooden seat as if asleep, garbed in the innumerable folds of filthy white and crimson-smeared robe with a limp stocking cap spilling down the side of its head, and a face like wrinkled newspaper. The figure moved out of sight, and the vehicle which it captained hove into view, with massive runners sunk deep in the snow, and a long, flat bed overloaded with horrible, flesh-stitched sacks that seemed to be leaking a chorus of anguished moans. As this dread contraption crawled away out of view, Heather could have sworn that amidst that delirious percussion of bells and creaks and groans, she had heard a faint, familiar voice call her name. By the time her tortured brain had informed her that, in fact, yes, she had heard it, it was already too late. She was running then, stumbling full tilt through the tarry bitumen darkness in the direction the vehicle had gone. She reached the edge of the field just as the train was pulling away. The glary red light of its fires flushed the snowy world to silence. She knew then. She knew what had happened, and could only kneel, sobbing, in a slush of ice and snow as the train went chuffing across the field, until finally the rearmost carriage shuttled ghostly beyond the limits of her sight, with only the long, shrill, piercing echo of its engine whistle to say that it had ever existed at all. Lodged in an obsidian maw of darkness, Cassandra heard a door slide, and then, after a moment, slam shut. Her body was contorted grotesquely, and her heart was gripped by such terror as she'd never known. All there was darkness, and bodies, and arms and legs, and the horrible fetal mewling of children, sucking for life. A grasping climate of breathless oppression that she could feel constricting her lungs in panic-stricken self-suffocation. Her bones ached and flared with pain. She'd sobbed herself sodden, and the cold had frozen her tears. There was a low, background-level roaring sound, and abruptly it swelled to a calamitous, ear-splitting thunder. And, seconds later, that hard surface upon which she lay ticked nervously, then lurched into motion. The sour reek of sweat that surrounded her seemed suddenly to intensify then, as if countless bodies were perspiring the very elixir of fear itself. She struggled to regulate her ragged breathing as that abounding kinesthesia of limbs began to thrash and seize, and a scrabbling hand knotted itself in her hair as though she were part of some sculptured human amoeba, reconfigured and grasping, clutching blindly at the very ether for some concept or metaphor to frame its truer form. "'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in the hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there. Happy holidays."
Chilling tales for dark nights.